Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome to this. This microphone smells like chocolate. I don't know why. It's not unpleasant. Maybe Mark Nolan was eating Kit Kats. Or something. I don't know. Who knows? Hey, my name's Alan Cox. Thanks for coming here. I had to do that this morning at the doctor.
Oh, yeah. Did you end up doing it at the doctor?
I didn't come here. No,
Okay.
I went to I decided that is a place of sperm business, and this is not. And so I'll tell you about it. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys. And thanks to everybody that came out to the Alex Theater on Saturday. We sold it out. Had a blast, and it was awesome. So thank you.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
And how was your weekend, Cody?
Good. Very productive. I mean, well, there was some work and play, but mostly very productive.
I saw you got up at 6 on Saturday.
I saw that, yeah.
This was after I went to Hofbräu House.
The night before you went to Hofbräu House?
Yeah, it was.
And you had a 6 o'clock workout class the next morning?
Yeah, it was my.
He's showing signs of dedication we've never seen from him, and I love it.
Me too. I saw it. I was like, good for you, man.
Encouraged by this.
Yeah, it was my roommate's girlfriend's, practically my roommate at this point. It was her birthday dinner at Hofbräu House, and then, I
big into the schnitzel, is she?
And shot skis, and so I was like, I'll go there and have one beer. Little did I know, I forgot since the last time we had our holiday party there, that one beer could really get you messed up if you wanted to. Like, it was
They got big beers.
Long, tall one. And I was like, all right, well, I have to get up real early tomorrow morning, so let me just leave.
When did you call tonight?
Oh, God, I left there before 10 for sure.
That's not bad.
I left there at 10, and I was like, I got to be in bed. And, it's one of those paranoid sleeps where you set an alarm clock, and then you set...
you sleep like crap.
Because you're anticipating to wake up. And I set, like, an alarm, and then I set an alarm for, like, 10 minutes later, and then another 5 minutes later. And I got up on the first one, so it was fine. But that 6 a.m. workout ain't no joke.
You know where we're going to do a shot ski?
This Friday at the Polar
Blast Battle.
It's all coming together too. We were very nervous about it not being cold enough, not being enough snow, and we're gonna have plenty of snow this week. It's gonna be cold on Friday, so they can make extra snow. It's all coming together.
That's what it looks like.
I love it.
Yeah, if everything goes according to plan,
Right.
we'll all be out there on Friday night. But the shot ski there at we did it many years ago. I don't know that we've done it in the last. We've been on hiatus for 2 years from the Polar Blast Battle, so I'm looking forward to getting back to the shot ski. What?
Does anyone have a +1 in the limo?
I do not. No, I'm solo on this.
My girlfriend's coming with.
Okay.
Why?
I was curious.
You want to bring someone?
She has the night off, and I thought it'd be nice to bring her.
You want to bring someone?
Someone asked.
If they could come.
Yeah, because they're going to show up anyways, but they just wanted to know if they could ride in the limo.
Who is it?
Who is it?
Fancy.
Is he going to try to, is he be doing shtick the whole time?
I don't know.
I don't need any shtick.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I will let him know.
Ask him.
No shtick.
Ask him if he's going to do shtick.
No stick or no of the other stuff, too.
I don't know what that means. Just tell him just no shtick, okay? When we're on our way up there, we have to get in the mindset, right? We have to get in the mindset of victory. We have to be thinking about winning, quite frankly. And on the way back, when everybody's feeling good, he can do all the shtick he wants. I don't care about that.
Yeah, honestly, I I figured I would ask first.
He can ride. That's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
Because again, this is always an anxious ride for me anyway, so I'm just like, all right, relax, detox, do what you got to do to get in the mindset of a winner's mindset.
Will you have a 6 a.m. Orange Theory class on Saturday morning?
No. I already knew what it was this week. I wasn't going to do the same thing I did last week because I booked my class, and then I was like, oh, it'll be fine. I'll see if I can get into another class tomorrow. Like, I wanted like a day of class. What was I thinking? And so it was booked up, and the only one that was left, it was like Saturday morning at 6 a.m. Even the 5 a.m. was booked. So they had one before mine.
Yeah, they're not screwing around.
So I booked mine. I go tonight, I go Wednesday, and then I go Thursday because I didn't even want to deal with it. Whatever pain I feel from the polar blast, I did not want to have to get up early on a Saturday.
Understood.
So I'm booked for the week.
So I went and popped off this morning.
Yeah.
I had my jizz test.
I love the way you say that.
Well, I had a vasectomy back in November on Veterans Day. And you read these stories about these guys that don't give it enough time, and they go, hey, knock my wife up after, vasectomy.
And
Dr.
the kid
Ryan
was black.
Dr. Ryan Berglund, who has joined us for many, many years now. Good friend of the show. Good friend of mine, quite frankly. And he said, give these 90 days. He goes, these things can live up to 90 days. And so, stickler for detail that I am, I waited 90 days and made my appointment. I had more than a few people, by the way, out there in the pit telling me that they heard me talking about possibly popping off here at work and taking it in. And they were like, that was some of the funniest stuff I've heard. I go, well, listen, that's the kind of job we do. But then I didn't want there to be I didn't want to be up against the clock. I had an appointment this morning, and I fully planned on popping off here at work and taking the specimen in. But then I was like, you know what, though? If I can't find the building, if I can't park, there's all these things. I don't want to be...
Yeah, you don't want a cold sample.
I mean, you have an hour, and it's like 15 minutes from here, so I wasn't really that worried about it. But I was like, you know what? Let me take all those variables off the table. That is a sperm collecting office. This is what they do. Let me just go there and do it. And so that's what I did. And boy, it must have been a slow sperm day because she told me...
She could hear you?
Oh, I made sure of it. No.
Were you choking yourself?
She goes, you'll get the results in a couple of days. I had them in like 3 hours. Because Cleveland Clinic has that My Chart where you can log on and it has all your info right there. And it gave me all of my details in 3 hours. So it must have been a very slow sperm day there. But I'm completely where I need to be.
Yay,
There were
more
no
sperm.
signs
Not
of
a real man
motility.
anymore.
You can shut it out. I still have super sperm. So I'm not going anywhere, and that's the best part. Is that now I'm cleared for takeoff. I won't lie to you. I'm freaked out about it, quite frankly.
Yeah, you feel like you still don't trust it. Like you're like it feels like you're doing something wrong.
Too good to
like,
be true.
Yeah, it seems too good to be true.
Too good to be true. But I'm also pissed off that I didn't do this. Well, I have a little girl now, so I couldn't have done it that long ago. But I was like,
5 years ago.
I could have done it 5 years ago, and I didn't. I know everybody that told me to do it. My own brother was aghast when he found out that because I saw my family for Thanksgiving this year, and so I had only had it a couple weeks prior. And my middle brother, both of my nephews were like in their early 20s. He goes, "Dude, I had it done like the next day." I know. But it's yeah. So anyway, it does feel weird because I haven't done anything with it. I just got the results this morning. So we'll take it for a test drive tonight.
And that's the end of the show for today.
I've got to get home, and Gwen's put down a tarp. No, so it's kind of like, because, you hear these stories, they go, oh, it could grow back or whatever. But I'm not going to worry about that. There's a part of my brain, I'm like, I don't want to be like Picasso, like as a kid when he's 80. I mean, I'll be dead by then anyway. But thank you to everybody there at the Cleveland Clinic and Dr. Ryan Berglund, and happy that I waited the 90 days.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What are those jack rooms like?
That was the weird thing, too, is you lock the door. They have a television in there. The best is a sign on the wall. They're like, DVDs have to be brought from home, and here's how you operate it.
I always
and,
wondered that. I was like, is it just like a...
There's a sign that says, pull for help, and I'm like, that's ironic. And no, there's a little couch.
There's no
like
glory hole or anything?
Yes, there's a glory hole at the Cleveland Clinic. That's how they're doing it, yes.
That's not how they F you in the medical industry. Come on.
That's where you get your bill.
They have like an easy chair, and they have like a little couch, and so, yeah, it's strange. It's stranger than I thought it would be to be in there. Because you're in a public place. And your pants around your ankles.
Everyone knows what you're doing.
That's right. Everybody in there is like, every one of these doors, there's whacking going on. But again, that's the business they're in. They're professionals.
Is there a special...
And then she walks you through it. You get the cup, do what you got to do. And then she goes, seal it up. It gives you a tiny little brown paper lunch bag. And you got to put it in there and hand it to them on the way out. And then she goes, it's going to be a couple days. It was like 3 or 4 hours. I got the information.
Could you imagine if there was like a specific genre of porn that is just for people who collecting sperm samples?
There's a lot of sperm collecting in pornography. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying this is medical grade porn. It's just we're nasty, but we're not that nasty. Yeah. It's something you could play in like a specimen sample room.
Yeah. This is only 10 minutes. Well, because it gives you the rundown, like how long it took you. What the average time, they go between 0 and 60 minutes, they say is what takes you. So they log when you go in and when you come out. I think
What was your time?
I'd have to look again, but I think it was like, I'd have to look again. I think it was like 11 minutes, something. Nice. I wanted to get in and out, man.
You want to get in and out, but you also don't want to be
in there too long.
Well, you don't want to be there too short. You don't want to be in there for 90 seconds and be like, I was so ready.
Well, I didn't care about that.
I came in hard.
Yeah, because you can't, because you had to abstain. They said you got to abstain for at least 48 hours. Mm-hmm. So I hadn't done anything for like 3 days. And I wasn't worried about that, but I didn't want to take too long, where she's everything okay in there? You're going to throw off my rhythm. But all good, and that's it. I got to take a break here. I got another $1,000 to give to you. Every time you hear one of these keywords, that's a shot for you to go fund yourself, so be listening for that. If you're on the phone, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to text for anything, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
You know, there were a handful of celebrities that died over the weekend. Dig into those in a bit. 35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. Another $1,000 for you. In about 6 minutes or so, listen for those keywords because they come pretty fast and furious. So about 30 past, you got a shot to go fund yourself. And invariably, people will text me the word, don't do that. You're going to want to put it in. They tell you in each and every keyword. But you're going to want to put it in at WMMS.com. While you are there, by the way, if you're looking to join us for the Polar Blast and you're not on one of our teams, you can still join us. We've got the discount ticket link, $25 discount tickets. Go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page. Who will win the 2023 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle? You can vote for which team you think will win. My Coxicles, Big Billy's Bottom Boys, Mary's Snow Babies, or Barely White, Poundcake and Barry White's team. And there's a link there for you to get the $25 discount tickets. Thank you also to Statement Limousine, who will be getting us there and back. It's brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi. If you want to get those discount tickets, so join us up there because it's no fun unless you're there. Hey, John, hello.
Hi, Alan.
What's up?
Yeah, we did our specimens different. I'm 65 years old, and we were able to do them at home. I don't know if that was an option, but
it was an option.
And, I ended up having a low count, so I had to take a specimen in. You rush it down, put it under your armpit. Got to be warm. You set it down, and you go home. And then the doctor calls me, and he goes, "Well, let's do something different." He goes, "I want the first portion in one bottle, and then the rest of it in another bottle." So you're trying to do this with a bottle in each hand, and you almost need like extra hands. And here I end up having a high ligation, and the count went up. I had 2 girls. The wife had a miscarriage. We said, let's have a vasectomy, no more. Well, of course, I didn't wait like I was supposed to. And he calls me and says, you got to come in.
Yeah.
And I could hear him like, what? And I go, no, I didn't wait. It's not your fault. So I went in after my son was born. I ended up having a boy. I only had 2 girls, so it was God sent. And he's an attorney today, and everything worked out. That's my story.
Thank you, John. There's a lot going on there. Yeah, I had the option of doing it off campus, and I opted not to do that. Like I said, if anything got jammed up, I didn't want to be running around with a cup of sperm in my armpit. No thanks. So I opted to do it there. And the office was completely empty. It's just me. And they knew I was coming, if you'll pardon the pun. They were expecting me. They knew it was me when I showed up. So, again, that was an option, but I wasn't going to, I didn't want to mess around with that. Let me play a little bit of this for you. It's a band called Television. You got to be my age or older to remember Television. Talking about dead celebrities. See, Poundcake, these are the early days of punk rock. Of course, it ended with Panic at the Disco, Poundcake's favorite punk band.
I'm so hurt, y'all.
I know. There's a band called Television. It wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but these were these early 70s New York bands who kind of formed when CBGB was just kind of getting going. There were a handful of bands that really formed the nucleus of the sound and that club. There was Richard Hell and the Voidoids. There was Blondie. The Talking Heads in this band Television. And Tom Verlaine was the founder of Television. He was the guitarist, he was the singer, and there are a whole lot of bands that came after that cite them as an influence. A lot of punk bands, a lot of kind of post-rock bands who will cite Television as one of their favorite bands. I don't think they did an album for a long, long time. And again, this is one of these things where it's like, even if it's not a band that I was super into, because like I said, you have to be a certain age to even remember television. Even if it's not a band that I always think of somebody who might be listening to this program who is putting together their first band, and maybe they hear something that kind of strikes a chord with them, and then they can go back and listen to television. It might be something that you really, really dig. It was never my vibe. I mean, I was much more of a Blondie fan, but I mean, obviously, a lot of bands that came after television, and it was a long time ago. Tom Verlaine was 73 when he died. He had been suffering from a brief illness and died in New York City with his friends around him. We got the press release today that John Adams died.
Yeah, that's such a bummer.
He was a guy that was always drumming in the bleachers at Indians games, Guardians games. He was 71. He started drumming at Municipal Stadium in 1973. And am I incorrect that there was some controversy over the last few years? Like they were having him sit somewhere else, or
don't
there were some.
Well, I know he was also just. I mean, he's had pretty sketchy health for the past few years, so I think it was like hard for him to get up to that spot. Probably, I don't know exactly.
I remember we were at a game when Pat Carney of the Black Keys filled in for him.
Yeah,
he's inducted into the Guardians Hall of Fame. Over the course of more than 3,500 games, including 3 All-Star games, 11 playoff series, 3 World Series, and Len Barker's perfect game. John Adams, lifelong Cleveland baseball fans know who that is. And he was 71. I thought he was older than that. And so I don't know if they will mark a spot in Progressive Field for him. Imagine maybe they will. Some kind of memorial seat. I don't know. And the other celebrity that I saw who died is a woman named Lisa Loring. And she was the original Wednesday Addams on The Addams Family.
Yeah. The TV show.
The TV show, The Addams Family.
When was that on, the 60s or 70s?
Probably late 50s, early 60s. The ones with Yvonne DiCarlo and John Astin. When was the Addams Family TV show on? 1964 is when it premiered. It was John Astin. It was, sorry, not Yvonne DiCarlo. Carolyn Jones was Morticia Addams. And Uncle Fester. But anyway, Lisa Loring was the original Wednesday Addams. She was 64. She had been sick. And she would show up every so often. I shouldn't say she'd been sick. She had a stroke. And that contributed to some other things. They took her off life support. But she would show up at Comic-Cons and things, or people who would meet Lisa Loring. But she had a wild life. Because, you know, when you're on a massive show like that and you're a kid, you're going to go one of two ways. And the one way you can go is you can kind of surf that thing and, you know, show up in other TV shows, or you can end up broken and dejected and, you know.
Bitter. Sometimes they end up bitter.
Yeah. And she was kind of in the middle there. But she had a wild life in that she had a kid at 15. She married a porn actor. She married a guy named Jerry Butler. If you remember 70s porn and 80s porn, you might even remember Jerry Butler. She had been working as a makeup artist on a porn set in the mid-'80s, and they got together and they met. And I guess he said she got increasingly, it always interests me that people who date people in pornography or marry them all of a sudden get upset that person's in porn, and kind of, you know, you figure a regular couple, you know, you get married and the husband or the wife might go, why it work so much? Blah, 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 right? Well, imagine you're marrying somebody in porn and then you go, why are you constantly having sex with other people? And I guess it had gotten to the point where he said, okay, I'll dial it back or whatever. But then he was secretly doing porn. And he said that he was, quote, addicted to the lifestyle, which I love. You know, I tried to give up sex with a whole lot of other people, but, you know, darn it, I'm just addicted to it. I just love having sex with all those other people. Sorry, honey. They went on the Sally Jesse Raphael show in the early 90s.
Do you get royalties if you're a porn star?
I don't believe so. I think when you're in porn, you sign whatever to the. I mean, that was back in the day when they were like
Legit
you were
porn
signed
stars.
to video companies. Now you can make your own money. But they got divorced by the early 90s. And then he got out of porn. Imagine that. You're trying to get him out of porn. And he goes, honey, baby, I'm addicted to having sex with other women. And then you get divorced. And he gets out. But Jerry Butler had done a lot of things. He tried to be kind of a legit actor, a stage actor. But he made a whole lot of appearances in porno films. 1981 is when he got going. And he won Hustler's Best Actor Award one year. And
Good for him.
Yeah. After this, I kind of don't understand. After retiring from pornography, he resurfaced in a non-sex role in a porn film. You know, you think about the poor people that are in a porn film.
The extras.
But they don't have sex with anyone. They sit there and they go, oh, my God, doctor, what is he going to do? He showed up in a non-sex role in the early aughts in a film called Sexy Sluts. Been there, done that.
The first one? It's tough to get into the first one of any of those franchises because those sequels come out fast.
It doesn't say sexy. There's no number after it, so maybe this is the OG Sexy Sluts. But anyway, Lisa Loring, I'll show you a little bit of this here. Let me give you this money first, and then I'll show you the original Wednesday dance. Everybody's freaking out about the new Wednesday dance, but there was an original one that Lisa Loring did as a kid on that show. You get $1,000 here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely. You get these once an hour. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You know, Netflix has a show called Wednesday that's very, very popular. A girl named Jenna Ortega plays Wednesday Addams. And she did like a dance that's getting replicated on TikTok or whatever. It was like a focal point. You know how like they put the Megan dance in the trailer for the movie and everybody was shooting a wad over this Megan dance, even the movie stinks? Wednesday Addams, currently, that show, a very popular dance on there. But Lisa Loring, as the original Wednesday Addams, had her own dance. I'm going to show you this here if you're watching. Now, it's very much of the time. You know, dance now, if they reboot something, they have to make it a lot more modern. But this little bit of soft shoe here from back in the day was a whole other thing.
This is the latest. It's called the Droop. Come on, now you try it.
Now, see, it's funny if you're watching because Lurch is just standing there staring at her, and she's doing a little bit of soft shoe there. But that's the latest. That's the latest dance in the early 60s, mid-60s.
I think Miss Trivia's a swinger.
Swinger.
You don't want her to think you're square, do you?
Oh.
Then if you learn how to dance well, she'll think you're boss.
Boss.
Yeah, so that was the whole thing there. The OG Wednesday Addams dance with Ted Cassidy, who was the
Adorable.
actor who played Lurch back in the day. 1964 episode called Lurch Learns to Dance. Oh, I probably cut away too soon. You want to watch Lurch dance?
Yeah, I want to
You
see
want to
that.
watch Ted Cassidy go to it here?
See him cut
There
a
you
rug.
go.
Oh, boy, I'm lucky. I'll say I'm lucky. This is my lucky day. You got it, Lurch.
He's getting low there too, right?
I mean,
He's dipping.
especially for Lurch.
Yes. So that's even in the absence of apple-bottom jeans and boots with the fur, Lurch was getting down there. He was getting low, low, low. So anyway, Tom Verlaine from television, or one of the earliest, like I said, a lot of bands that came after, or even around that time. You know, Cleveland had a band called Pere Ubu that never really had huge commercial success, but a great avant-garde band right here in Cleveland, Ohio, kind of around that same time. So really something for everybody who liked that kind of sound. and Lisa Loring, who played Wednesday Addams, and somebody else died. John Adams died.
Yeah, John Adams. I keep getting comments on this post that I made because I'm bringing back comedy to East End on Wednesday over there in Lakewood. And people, the flyer that I made, people are like, oh, I thought you were dead until I actually read the flyer. So not dead. Just
why did they think you were dead?
Because of the way that I made the flyer, they thought it was like an in memoriam flyer.
Oh.
So, but.
Wait, they thought you made a flyer for yourself? Dead?
Well, they thought that it was someone posted on my behalf.
Oh, God.
But they didn't really take the time to read it.
Imagine
people are in such a rush these days. They just see a certain format and they go, oh, that's the person died format. Not the person's doing a comedy show format.
Imagine you're just swiping around and then you come around the corner and there's what looks like a Bill Squire death announcement. What a way to get out of the polar blast battle, quite frankly.
I would come back to life.
You'd resurrect yourself for our downhill tubing race.
Yeah, ain't no Grim Reaper going to tell me what to do.
The Grim Reaper. Oh, I love that. I love all Go ahead, do it.
Ain't no Grim Reaper gonna tell me what to do.
Right, he did it. He nailed it. How to not live. The Salmon Moose. I got to take a break. If you want to text, 35192. If you don't, it's 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
There's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight 'cause I'm bored. Just another slimy board.
Well, it was 1 up, 1 down for the Cavs this weekend. Friday night, they lost to the Thunder in Oklahoma City. And then last night back here at home, a sizable win over the Clippers, who are a much better team this season than they usually are. 122-99 was the final yesterday. You didn't go to that, did you?
No.
Cavs game last night? I know
Oh,
we're all
tomorrow.
going tomorrow night. Well, all in air quotes. Poundcake's not going. The annual iHeart staff Cavs game is tomorrow night. The Cavs will be playing the Miami Heat. 7 o'clock tip right here on WMMS. A pregame, 6:30 starts Cavaliers Live right here. That's when we tip the F out the door and walk over to the Romo Fijo for some fellowship, some bonhomie, and a few drinks. In Poundcake's honor, I should say. Not the kind of in his honor for the people who thought that Bill was announcing his own death. Nevertheless.
I'm getting so many comments. So like, I thought you died.
But what is the death format you're referring to? Where is this?
This is just on my Instagram and my Facebook.
Okay.
So here's the picture. If you're looking on the live stream.
Yeah, but okay.
I mean, if you take 1 second to read it, you can see. But like, it just looks like the kind of photo they would post when you die.
Like the back windshield of your car would have some airbrushing on it, that kind of thing.
I don't know.
Comedy Revival, hosted by Bill Squire for free. Okay. This looked like a memorial post, and I totally thought you had died until I actually. Yeah, but what do you mean until I actually read it? I mean, there's 4 lines. You can determine in 1 second.
There's a lot of people that just see certain things, and it just triggers a response.
All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to like that post.
I appreciate that.
There you
So
go.
that's this Wednesday. It's a free show, 8 p.m.
How was the Alex Theater?
I love
named
that
for
place.
famed actor Alex Baldwin.
Yes.
Over here on the east side of Cleveland.
It was a great show. Sold it out. That was a nice, it's always nice when you sell
How
out
big of a
show.
theater is that?
It's about 100 seats.
Okay.
So it's not like it's like a little black box theater, but we, packed it out.
Sure.
And it was a great time. I mean, it was a good audience. Talked to the audience a lot. I'm working on, I just recorded a special in November, so I got a pretty good chunk of material. I got a good 40 minutes that I'm working on, but I ended up doing about 50 because I talked to the audience for about 10 too.
Mhm.
Just doing crowd work and stuff like that. And it's always a good feeling when listeners show up and have a good time, and you feel that support and that love. I wish I had this thing crazy happened or this, but it was just a fun show. I mean, that's all it really was. And the Alex Theater is gorgeous.
Even if listeners show up and don't have a good time, it's just you just showed up, right? What do they say? 90% of success is showing up. You were successful in having a night out. There's nothing wrong with that.
And so Sebek over there, who runs the show at the Alex Theater, he was awesome. Sitting out in they got a little green room. That's where the Allens, who have we talked about, the magicians, they do their magic shows over there and stuff like that. So, and I've done shows.
Couple
there in
of
the
liars,
past.
according to Mary.
Yeah, right. But it was just a fun show, and audience had fun. It is one of those shows where there's only one show, and we're not in a rush, and there's an intermission. So that's always kind of a little different than most comedy shows, but in that format, it's so everybody can get up and get a drink and, you get those bar sales up.
Gotcha.
Because that's all comedy is for most venues is just
selling food and drink.
Yeah, selling food and
yep,
drinks.
food and bev.
And we did.
You know what?
And they were. I will say this about our audience compared to the audiences that they usually bring in. They go, our bar sales were real good.
We have a drinking audience.
Yeah,
audience likes to drink.
Bar sales were way higher than when we have magicians or burlesque.
Yeah, that's why I miss doing the Alan Cox Show bar crawls in the summertime. Hopefully those will return this year because
bars love it.
Yes, because we bring a lot of drinkers, a lot of teetotalers in this crowd.
I mean,
there's anything wrong with that. We got somebody on the show, but that's fine too. People would come out, have a soda water. I call it sody water because, that's how I like to do it. You know another crowd that had a great time this weekend? Cincinnati Bengals fans.
Oh, but
they had a fantastic time this weekend after a penalty cost them the AFC Championship. And nobody could be more beside himself than the guy responsible for that penalty. Joseph Asai, named after the famed Barry, was, I guess he tackled Pete Holmes. What's the Kansas City Chiefs?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
I knew there was a Holmes in there.
If he tackled comedian Pete Holmes, that would also be unnecessary roughness because he's not a football player. I guess he was already out of bounds, and this Asai guy didn't realize it or something and lays him out, and they knocked him back. They had a 15-yard penalty or something, and the Chiefs
gave him
field goal position. Is that what it was?
Exactly. So it was one of those things where there wasn't a lot of time left. But so if he had just gone out of bounds there, they would have been in a really tough position to try and get enough yardage to try and kick a field goal. But because of that penalty, it put them in, like a 40-yard field goal, which isn't automatic, but it's not the hardest thing to do to kick a 40-yard field goal. And it might be even shorter than that. But that penalty was everything. And
that
it's
is
just
a heartbreaker,
dumb moments
yes.
where you let your emotions get the best of you. You just got to know that, like, the quarterbacks you got to treat them like a carton of eggs in this NFL today, where you can't, first of all, they're expensive, overpriced, and you have to basically not touch them or you'll get in trouble.
Well, there were a lot of emotions, obviously. Jermaine Pratt, who's the linebacker for the Bengals, was screaming at this dude on the walk back.
Yeah.
Why would you touch the quarterback Well, then when he was talking to the media later on, he basically had one of his other teammates right next to him, kind of acting as interference for the questions that the reporters were asking. He'd keep going, ask another question. Anytime they would ask him, like, how do you feel? Are you worried? The blah, blah, blah. And the guy was, like, basically in tears and trying to put a good face on it, I guess. But you could, listen, there's a lot of plays over the course of a football game. But something like that, you're going to feel the weight of the world on you.
It's a pretty defining play.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things that got him to that point, but that one is definitely just kind of a knucklehead
to lose because of that.
Yeah.
Listen, I put money on the Bengals. I lost money on this game.
$1,000, $2,000?
About $17,000.
That's a lot.
Wow. But other than that,
no brunch for Gwen.
I gotta be better, but they've been very supportive.
How hard is that to kind of not put all that weight on you as you go through this? I mean, it's just
it's extremely hard, man.
Come on, man.
I'm sure it's tough. I'm trying to ask him about it.
That's a really question, bro. Come on.
They need to get these other players away from the sports reporters trying to ask questions. Get out of here. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy. Let me do my thing, all right? I don't need him standing there with a press secretary.
I still don't even need them to interview the players.
I don't either. But this other dude standing there like, next question. Like, just let the guy talk.
It's just, there's rarely a moment where you get anything of worth. Of course he feels terrible. Everybody knows he feels terrible. What is him saying it to someone go, like, that's not a moment
we want to know
that
he's sorry.
Yeah, right?
Well, not even sorry. Sometimes you just want to hear what's in the guy's head at that time.
We want to know that you're suffering.
I mean, the game's over. It's not going to change. Not even that. It's not going to change the game. I mean, so Yeah, so that was a big, huge blow to Bengals fans.
How did that feel, messing that up right now?
Bro, ask another question, all right? What kind of question is that? You know how I feel.
I just want to know
I just got to
feel.
do better next time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Who day? Day losers. That's how I feel. So anyway, it's Eagles, Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They're making a point saying that it's the first time in Super Bowl history the two black quarterbacks will face each other.
Yeah, I kept saying that. I kept seeing that they said the first time in history that two brothers are playing against each other.
No. Two not fraternal brothers, two black quarterbacks.
I keep seeing that though.
Yes. I don't think that's what they mean by brothers.
What?
I think they mean there's Jalen somebody and Patrick Mahomes.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, he sure does. And Patrick Mahomes are going to face each other.
And then the Kelsey brothers from Cleveland Heights.
There you go.
That they were the brothers.
I thought they were from Westlake.
I thought
the Kelsey brother. You could be right.
I think they're from Cleveland Heights. I think Westlake is the Paul brothers.
Paul brothers.
And they had a bit of
well, you know, more than one set of brothers can be from Westlake, Ohio.
Not according to me.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go. First time in Super Bowl history. Also, we will get Terry the Goat's Super Bowl picks. And I've been waiting for this. I did not want to presume on our professional relationship with Terry the Goat, who picks the games for us all season long. She's out there at Marcinek Farms in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief. I waited to see if he would email me. I didn't want to presume. You know, after a long, hard season, she might just want to rest. But he did email me and asked if I would like Terry the Goat Super Bowl pick. And I said, absolutely, I would.
Yes,
so I'm going to wait until I get her pick to make mine on FanDuel. I'll get on there after I get her.
Are you going to bet with her?
I'm going to bet with Terry the Goat on FanDuel, yes.
Impressive.
Because my style is, if you can even call it that, my style of betting is kind of, I like to make medium-sized bets on wacko props, right? That's what I like to do. Like, put some money on, here's what the exact score of the game is going to be. That's what I did for the 49ers game. Here's what the exact score is.
Did you win?
I did not win. Does that sound like a bet I'm going to win?
That's such a bummer of a game,
but
too.
it's a fun way to bet.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to bet this. It was like 31-7 or something. I didn't bet that, but
Brock Purdy got hurt on the first series, and then Josh Johnson came in, and he got a concussion, so they had to take him out of the game, I think. And so then they had to have Christian McCaffrey be their quarterback for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So you got your third string guy who's been playing really well. You're like, okay, we might have a chance against this really good Eagles defense. He's out of the game almost immediately. And then you got a 10-year journeyman out there trying his best against the number 2 defense in the league. And he's just getting eaten up. And then the last quarter and a half, you have a running back playing quarterback. So it was just, there was no chance for them.
We all got updates from Bill in South Jersey. He was sending us on the spot Philly fans' reactions from that the Philly PD were overmatched and ill prepared. I don't know how they could be because, again, on the one hand, I don't know how you prepare because it's always crazy in Philly when they win. But how are you underprepared? I mean, you've greased all the poles. But if you saw any of the viral footage of the Philly mobs going crazy in Philadelphia, completely out of control, my favorite video that I saw was all the people dancing on the bus shelter. And those in Philadelphia, not everywhere, but in Philly, have a glass ceiling.
Ooh.
And they were all dancing on top. And obviously, it collapsed under all their weight. And so multiple Eagles fans suffered injuries as maybe 12.5 of them fell through and shattered the glass on a bus stop, a bus station, a shelter there, as people were going bananas.
Okay, so I got a little clarification real quick on the Kelsey brothers. Travis Kelsey was born in Westlake, but he and his brother Jason grew up in Cleveland Heights.
Gotcha.
So there you go.
People were standing on the awning of the entrance to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Philadelphia. That's how they do.
I feel like this is I mean, I love it because Philly fans are nuts, but I feel like you got to wait till you win the Super Bowl to go start climbing stuff. Like, you can get in the streets and get excited about going to the Super Bowl, but I think you should save the climbing till you win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you're never going to, in any city, you're never going to get fans to wait to celebrate, to do something. You're going to celebrate every point on the curve, especially in Philly. I mean, here, if something happened here.
Oh, I mean, if the Browns got to the Super Bowl, it would be.
Cleveland's a bad example because
there'd be people.
It would be nuts here.
Collapsing that Holiday Inn Express.
Philly has not had those massive droughts. Well, and that's another glass top, I think, over there. I don't know how they'd get up there. Nevertheless, hey,
they always find a way.
They do. That's why if the Browns get to the Super Bowl, Bill and I will personally, and I hope they're listening over there, Bill and I will personally go over there and grease that awning.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to tell you how we'll do it. I just got the go-ahead this morning. But we are going to grease that awning. It's going to be a thing of beauty. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
Hey, I was just calling. I know we were sitting there beating a dead horse in regards to the end of the Bengals game, but I wanted to sit there and touch base and see how you guys felt about the play that got negated in that 3rd down and 9 with about 4 minutes left in the game, and they completely came out and said, hey, guys, we screwed up, and then reran the play that Patrick Mahomes got sacked but ended up getting the pass interference call for the 1st down.
Yeah, I didn't. I heard about it briefly. I didn't go nearly that deep with it.
I saw that, and it's one of those things where if the game doesn't go, I mean, if the game went in favor of Kansas City or in favor of the Bengals, no one would be talking about it. But because it went the other way, people are talking about it. But those things happen in games. But it was like very irresponsible, somewhat sketchy refereeing where you're like, okay, this is such a huge point, especially with that little time left. I can see why Bengals fans are like, that was hinky. That was a weird thing to happen where they didn't run the clock. Because that's what it was. Like, they didn't start the clock at the right time or something.
Yeah, they were saying something along the lines of they didn't start the clock at the correct time, and then they ended up letting the whole play through. And then after the play played through without any notable whistles, any stoppage,
right?
You know, they ended up sitting there and letting the whole play finish and then called it after the fact.
Yeah.
I just thought it was really odd. I've never seen anything like that. I've been watching football, for mostly my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was odd, especially in an AFC championship game where you're running into those kind of problems where they're just like, hey, sorry. And even the ref said, hey, we screwed up. They come out and said on the low, you can hear it on the mic. They're like, yeah, hey, we had a mistake. We're going to end up sitting there rerunning this. It was just the weirdest thing, especially for an AFC, championship game to happen. I thought that was really interesting.
Right, especially because they could have just put time back on the clock. They didn't have to rerun the play because the play was the play, and that's how it went. And they are also, I mean, I'm not trying to be like the refs or this or that, but they seem to swallow their whistles a little bit when the Chiefs were on defense versus the Bengals.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it just, and that's kind of the advantage you get when you are the home team, but it's still just, it looked like a very poorly refereed game all across the board. So it sucks when that becomes the talking point of what should be a great football game. We want to talk about big plays, and even with that play at the end of the game, we didn't see Patrick Mahomes make an awesome play to get his team into field goal position. It was just some ticky-tack roughing the passer or like unnecessary roughness call that sets up this field goal. And it's like, man, like, let him play a little bit. Like, let it come down to actual athletic plays and not just trying to fix the game because sports betting's legal everywhere now.
Yeah, right. People are telling me that Brock Purdy played injured. Christian McCaffrey didn't take any snaps.
Oh, he didn't take any snaps. Okay. I was out running around by that time because that game wasn't very interested. But, yeah, Brock Purdy couldn't really do much. So,
yeah. Some people telling me that I didn't mention that Blackhawks great Bobby Hull died. Of course, that's my home hockey team. The reason I didn't mention Bobby Hull dying is the guy was a real piece of shrimp in real life. And not that hockey wasn't his real life, but he was lionized as a Chicago Blackhawk. That's the hockey team I grew up with. But he was a real piece of work. in life. So I kind of skipped Bobby Hull. I shouldn't have, because he did die, and he's a huge figure in sports. And he was a huge figure for that fan base. But, you know. And frankly, I won't lie to you. I mean, one of the greatest players of all time, by the way, right? Yeah, that blonde hair. And he just shot the puck. I mean, you couldn't even see the puck when he shot it. But, I thought Bobby Hull had died a while ago. So that's also part of it. But I've got to take a break. I will have Monsters tickets for you. Let's talk hockey here in Cleveland. Your Cleveland Monsters are playing the Rochester Americans on Valentine's Day. That's Tuesday the 14th at the Romo Fijo. It's going to be Blue Jackets night. A little nod to the NHL. So I'll get you 4-pack of tickets. You want to get to a hockey game, Cleveland Monsters, in a couple of weeks. And then another shot for you to grab some money, $1,000. Listen for that keyword coming up at 3:30 to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th, live on Fox. The biggest stars from all genres of music will come together at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Who will go home a winner?
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
That's all up to you.
This year's nominees include
Imagine Dragons,
Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Weezer,
Jack White, 21 Pilots, Blink-182.
Help decide who should win in categories like Best Lyrics, Best Music Video, Best Fan Army, Favorite Tour Style, Favorite Residency, and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
The Hartford knows there's nothing small about your small business. Learn more about small business insurance solutions from The Hartford at thehartford.com/small business. That's thehartford.com/small business.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Occasional scattered snow showers, otherwise clouds for your Monday with highs in the 30s. Cloudy tonight with a slight chance of snow early, overnight lows in the teens. For your Tuesday, mostly cloudy and cold, highs only around 20.
This report is sponsored by Pfizer. When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you woke up this morning, before you knocked over your water, feeling around for your glasses, cold, or stumbled to the bathroom to put in your contacts, stepping on every small toy along the way, what did you see? A world that was dull and fuzzy? Instead, what if when you woke up, you saw a world that was bright and clear? It's a possibility with LASIK at LASIK Plus. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients back to normal activities the next day. So don't wait. Make your mornings brighter with the help of LASIK Plus.
Right now, LASIK Plus is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in February. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation. Visit mylasicoffer.com. That's mylasicoffer.com. The patient's choice for LASIK. Must mention this promotion and be treated in February of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Go to mylasicoffer.com for details.
Show your love this Valentine's Day at Cirilla's with 20% off all Le Wand massagers and fantasy lingerie gift sets for just $19.99. Shop Cirilla's in Cleveland with 4 area locations or online at cirillas.com.
Woo! Mike D'Amato here from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. The bells have rung, Old Lang Syne has been sung, confetti flung, and we're trading the old year for young. Now that the balloons have dropped, the corks have popped, and calendars swapped. Stop in to see us and save on a new Nissan. Are you kidding me? The best part of the new year is 365 new chances to find out what thousands of Clevelanders already know. We just can't say no to any deal. If you're looking for a new Nissan, you'll absolutely keep more in your pocket. On top of that, you'll find APRs as low as 2.59%. And if you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you'll find hundreds of great pre-owned vehicles at direct auction pricing. Start off your new year by starting up a new Nissan at Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan, Route 254, exit 148 in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so good. Visit us online at bignissan.com.
Hey, it's Alan. The only app you need at your party for the big game this year is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Download FanDuel now, use the promo code COX, and you can bet the big game with a no-sweat first bet. You get up to $3,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And FanDuel lets you bet on everything from the point spreads, in-game parlays, who's going to score a touchdown. I hedge my bets on that day. I'll probably put a little money on both teams. All in the top-rated sportsbook app that's safe and secure and super easy to use. Best of all, you can get your winnings paid instantly. So join FanDuel today with promo code COX to claim your no-sweat first bet on the 57th big game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-11 now.
Now we're going to get some hockey under your belt. Your Cleveland Monsters are going to play the Rochester Americans on Valentine's Day, Tuesday, February 14th at the Romo Fijo. It's Blue Jackets night. Team's going to gear up in special Blue Jackets jerseys. In-game presentation, going to be some stuff from the Monsters NHL affiliate in Columbus. ClevelandMonsters.com for all the details. 4 tickets for you, Monsters Americans, on Valentine's Day. Good luck, Heart 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you in about 9 minutes. 3:30 is going to be that next keyword for you to go fund to yourself. So listen for that. I'll have Coheed and Cambria tickets for you in about an hour. They are on the road this spring. They're going to do the Agora on May 10th with a fantastic band called Deaf Heaven in the supporting slot there. I love Deaf Heaven. I said that maybe I would go and then leave. And Bill suggested, because it's one of his favorite bands, that I stay and watch Coheed.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll do that because I have never seen them live.
They're very good.
I mean, I saw them when they were called Rush. But but I hear that they're great live. Coheed is just one of those bands that's not on my radar.
They're not for everybody.
But Deaf Heaven is awesome. So maybe I'll go to that. Jeff Ross, comedian Jeff Ross, the Roast Master General, is doing MGM Northfield Park in April. I have those tickets for you later. And if you want to go see Nickelback, 50 million Elvis fans can't be wrong. And Nickelback is going on the road with Brantley Gilbert and Josh Ross. Got some country acts opening for them. And they're going to do August 9th. Would have been my parents' anniversary at Blossom. And you know how big of a Nickelback fan my mom is.
Think she'll come out?
I don't think she's ever heard of them, but
I think she should come hang out. Go to Nickelback.
I found myself, I sent this past Saturday, in addition to being the anniversary of the Challenger explosion, a lot of people talk about that. The great actor Alan Alda turned 87. He always reminded me of my dad very much.
He was trending on Saturday, and whenever someone of that age is trending, I got to click to see what's going on.
You think they're dead?
You think they may have
But it was just a
passed away.
flyer for his stand-up show.
Yeah, but it was just exactly. And it was just, his birthday, so I was happy about that.
The great Alan Alda was 87. And again, when I was a kid, he looked like my dad and kind of reminded me. My dad was a big fan of MASH, the TV show, so I would watch MASH. And anyway, but Saturday would have been my dad's birthday. He passed away last June. And so in anticipation of that and knowing that my mom was going to go out to the cemetery on Saturday, I arranged to have some flowers delivered on Friday for his birthday. Well, there were two things at play here. A, didn't realize how Chicago was getting hammered with snow. And B, the flowers never got there. So I'm texting with my mom. Did the flowers come? Told her they were coming. She goes, well, it didn't come, but I was gone for a little bit and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, there's nothing on the slip that says that someone has to be there. And so she goes, okay, well, maybe they'll try again tomorrow. I hit these people up. I go, hey, what's going on? Oh, we tried. Nobody was there. I said, just leave them. There's going to be somebody there. These are time sensitive. Leave them. Okay. We'll notify you when they're delivered. Nothing. So I get on there this morning and I'm doing like the, I don't want to call. I don't want to sit on hold. And most times they don't want to talk to you either. So you can just go on their website and chat with a robot for a while and get the whole thing figured out. And so I do that. I'm like, hey, delivery never happened. I want my money back. I want a refund. And they're talking to you. Oh, okay. But then they send you over to a person. Because I would imagine the robot isn't, it's not in their wheelhouse to give you refunds. So they got to send it over to a person who can then proceed to try to talk you out of it. And so that's what it was. Well, what you're left doing is having to decide if you're going to type in all caps. And I'm not an all caps typer, but I was getting increasingly frustrated.
If you're trying to make a certain point,
trying to make a point,
you might have to go all caps.
So now I'm talking to a person, not a fake person. I can tell that this is a person. Talking to a person. And she goes, well,
how do you know it's a person? Are they using slang? They're saying, oh, that's a cap that the the flowers weren't delivered.
No cap, homie, is what, all of the, they were like, you sound like you've got a lot of riz. So
these flowers are bussing.
So I go, I just want a refund, please. Please initiate a refund. Take us the flowers and get there. She goes, well, how about if we have them delivered as early tomorrow? I go, I don't need them now. I was going to say these were for a funeral. They weren't. They were going to a cemetery, but the card that I had filled out was for my dad's birthday. I just wished my dad a happy birthday. But obviously, these were flowers my mom was going to be taking to the cemetery. So I didn't want them to go, well, the order says it's a birthday. Now you're saying it's a funeral. I just said, we're time sensitive. Give me a refund. They didn't get there. I said, I don't need them now. Well, what if we deliver them at no extra cost to you? I'm like, why would there be an extra cost to me for you delivering the flowers I ordered last week? Just please initiate. How about if we give you 50%, or first she goes, we'll give you a $20 credit on your next order. I said, there won't be a next order. See, now I'm playing hardball, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm playing hardball. Because I've ordered from them before, and I probably will again. I go,
Can't tell them that, though.
No, of course. I said, there won't be any future purchases. Please initiate the refund. So then she comes back.
How much were they?
And they're giving like $100 and some.
Whoa.
So I'm giving you, so she's giving you all of the customer service speak along the lines of like, we're so sorry that this happened to you and you didn't deserve it. I'm like, you're not my therapist, all right? You're just somebody trying to get me to, so I'm going back and forth. So then I dip my toe in and I type one word in all caps. I said, refund, in all caps, right?
Yep.
It's not her fault. It's not her fault. She's just toeing the company line. So she said, now she's up in the ante, right? How about a 50% refund and a $20 credit on your next purchase? And I said, perhaps you didn't hear me. No, she can't hear me because it's all text chat. I said, perhaps you don't understand. There will be no further purchases. And I said, then I get snarky, right? Because again, it's not her fault, but I just want to wrap this up. I want to wrap it up. So I text her again. I said, counter, how about a 100% refund? And then she wrote back this long thing. I'll process the refund and I'll still give you the $20 credit. And then I type in all caps, thank you, to show her that not only can I put my foot down in all caps, but I can also be nice in all caps. And I think that's what a lot of people miss. People associate all caps with aggression. You can also kill them with kindness with the all caps, So yeah, I think
that could also
refund in all caps.
Thank you.
Well, either way. Either way.
I always emphasize with an emoji at the end.
No, that's juvenile.
I know.
You lack credibility when you start talking to somebody. What emoji am I going to write? Or that I'm pissed that my mom didn't get the flowers. It's supposed to go to my dad's grave.
Angry face?
The green ready to puke face?
You can do the thank you in all caps and then send the upside down smiley face. It's just like, oh my gosh, you're awful to deal with.
What am I, 16? No, just give me the refund. And she did. I got electronic mail confirmation.
$100 for
100 plus.
Hey man, delivering flowers out of state?
Yeah.
That's not cheap.
I didn't even know.
Every time I send flowers to someone in my family, I'll send for my mom's birthday, I'll send to my parents for their anniversary. It ain't cheap, homie. I mean, if I were to go, because when you order flowers anywhere, you can go ground level, mid-level, penthouse, right? They go, we'll put some more blooms in there, whatever. Even if you go base level, you're talking $50. And then there's delivery, and then there's blah, blah, blah. And I'm sending these out of state. I'm not sending them up the street. So yeah, it's $100+ every time I send flowers to somebody in my family.
You should get an option if someone sends you flowers. Like, do you want the flowers or do you want the money?
Or the money.
Yeah, we can give you some flowers, but like, what if we give you half the amount of flowers that we were going to give you, and you also get like $50?
Well,
that would be great.
But here's the thing too. I'm so stupid that it's only within the last couple of years that I realized send the flowers not in a vase, because then you end up, my family ends up with like a field full of vases that they don't use, because just send the flowers in a box, because a lot of times by default they'll ship them in a vase. Right.
Vase.
Nobody needs all
you
that.
Said vase. It's vase.
I did say vase, but I like to go back and forth.
Since when do you
My
have to
vase
be there?
deferens was tested this morning.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Since when do you have to be there for a delivery to happen?
That's what I said.
I've never heard of that before.
Well, when you fill out the order,
Porch Pirates, you know.
Porch Pirates, but when you fill out the order slip, it will ask you, does someone need to be there and sign? And I always mark no, because my mom comes and goes. I don't know where she's going to be. No, put in there on the front step.
I have a hunch where she is.
Bill?
Just out running errands.
That's not where you were going to say.
That is not. You don't know that.
You said you knew where she was out running errands.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Aaron?
You tell me.
You son of a bitch. Son of a
all
bitch.
Caps.
All cap. No cap, all caps. So, yeah, it was that was my morning. Was going back and forth, first with a robot, the artificial intelligence, and then with a real woman who finally came around to see where I was coming from. But I was really dancing between the all caps and the lowercase.
A business that has good customer service will end up keeping me around way longer, even if its product isn't as good. So I signed up for Threadbeast a few months ago, and both times they sent me boxes, the first boxes that they've sent me have like been not particularly my style. I posted the
This
jean
is like
jacket.
when they curate some
Yeah.
clothes for you and send you the
Yeah. So they sent me this denim jacket. I was like, this is not my style. I don't want it. But like their customer service
Bedazzled?
is so good. I mean, it was not far away from being bedazzled. It was bad. It wasn't even that it was bad. It just isn't something that I should wear.
Right.
And so I was like, hey, and so then they get on the phone with you and they're like, okay, we're gonna, go through what your styles are, and they try and make it as curated to you as possible. And because the customer service experience has been so good, I keep my subscription. Where if the customer service wasn't good, I'd be like, I'm done with this thing. But because of that customer service aspect, I'm like, I'm gonna stick with them because they, they're not getting it right on the first try, but they do keep trying to get it right.
If this woman had done even one or two more volleys with me trying to avoid the refund, I would have gotten increasingly pissed. But she pulled the cord at the right time. She didn't kick me upstairs to somebody else. She took care of it. And I was like, that's fine. That's all I wanted. I will probably order from you again because I have in the past. That's the first problem I've ever had with them. So I will probably do it again. But if she had gone back and forth, I would have been like, come on, man. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. I'll get you some bouquets in somebody's front yard. Go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, flower national chains do not make their own bouquets. They pimp out the local place. Yes, I know they don't send flowers across the country. Yes, they contract out to whatever the local florists are.
What we should do is just call the local florist.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, yeah, I guess. It doesn't occur to me to do that. Hey, Mrs. Mariano, can you send my mom some flowers? It's for my... It's
then you don't
for
get that
my
markup
dad's.
either.
No, I know, because the whatever. It's convenience, right? I can go click, 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 click. There you go. Off.
One phone call. Hey, here's where I want you to send flowers. Here's my credit card. Okay, thank you. Bye. It's also easy.
Maybe your mom's new man thought it was from a competing gentleman caller. You
dare you.
son of a bitch. You son
have
of a bitch.
one
My
new
mom.
man.
How dare you.
You I swear to God. I swear to God, my mom is not dating anyone. She was just
Well,
telling.
they don't call it dating.
She was.
God damn, you dick.
No, my mom was telling me about a friend of hers who lost her husband 3 years ago, and she's back to dating now and met a guy. And my mom's like, I would love that, but I just want your dad. And I'm like, yeah, it's, I'm so happy for her. Her husband died at 51 3 years ago. She met a guy online, really nice. I'm so happy for her. I would love that, but I want it with your dad. And so my mom goes, characteristically dramatic, my mom goes, so I guess I'm doomed to be alone.
Oh, jeez.
That's my mom. Love my
Yeah.
mom. She's very, well, I guess honey, I'm just going to die alone. Okay, Mom. Well, everybody's around you.
Statistically, even if she found another guy, she'd probably still outlive him. So even she'd still die alone.
74. Like
Right.
I nothing saying you can't do that.
You think
that
she'd get a
part in
younger
life.
guy?
What's that?
You think she's gonna go after like a
Well,
65-year-old
she's got
guy?
to, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to date an 80-year-old? Like
Maybe.
no, whatever.
You can get someone that's quite presidential. If you're dating a guy that's like in his 80s and he's got a little bit of the dementia, do you get mad if he calls?
Dementia.
No, we're making it a little more hip. It's just the dementia.
Dementia?
He's got dementia, just a little bit, and he calls you by the wrong name. Are you allowed to get upset?
What name does he call me? Is it a cool name like Skip or Champ or Sport?
Yeah, he's calling you. He keeps calling you
Marty?
Alvin.
Alvin Crocs. Well, I've been called worse.
Yeah.
Helen, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
Yeah.
You could just for $100+ you could buy your mom an Alexa and program your dad's voice into it.
Yeah, I could do that, but I won't do that. I shan't be doing that.
That might be nice for her.
Speaking of old people, this is a story I love, and the story itself is from 2010, just for some context. But we do talk about like when the oldest person in the world dies. This was 2010. This was a decade ago. But the oldest man in Tokyo, they found out, had been dead for 30 years. And his family was just collecting his pension checks. So the officials go to the guy's house to congratulate him on his 111th birthday. And they discovered his mummy in his bed. They said that he had probably been dead for 30 years.
That's wild.
They go to the house to congratulate the guy. And yeah, but that still means, he died when he was 81.
Yeah, they got to pay him back though. They got to pay back that.
I don't know about that.
pension
Again,
money
this is a
they're getting?
10-year-old story, but the granddaughter didn't want to let these people in because they said he didn't want to see anybody. And they were like, well, why not? I mean, so the people were kind of suspicious, and they got the cops on it, and they found the guy's mummified body wearing the pajamas, lying in bed. And the family said that he, 30 years ago, walked into his bedroom, didn't want to be bothered, and became a living Buddha. Yeah, but they got about 109,000 American in pension payments after his wife had died. So they go to him and go, hey, congratulations. What was his name? Sago Kato. On being the oldest man in Japan at 111 years old, and his mummy is in bed. Haven't been dead for 30 years. How long until it stops stinking? How long until you don't smell that
I would say
anymore?
a couple years.
I'm gonna say it's gonna take 2-3 years.
You keep him in the
before
pajamas.
Maybe.
Well, if they mummified him right away, though, so they're
I
probably.
don't think he was like embalmed.
No.
mummified.
They
I
didn't
think it
do
just-
anything. He was
Yeah.
just desiccated. Like
Yeah.
all of the, they let him go, and
But wouldn't that
nature took care of itself.
Because you hear about people who clean up crime scenes or something like that, or they just see people that are dead. Their corpse and all the fluid stuff leaks through any surface, like it leaks through the mattresses, it leaks through the cushions, and it goes through the floor. And then that's how these people find out, their upstairs neighbor died because they're
all the juices.
Yeah, so they had to have done something.
Well, yeah,
Otherwise
maybe
he
they
would have
put
sunk
some.
through.
Maybe they put a series of pans
Mm-hmm.
under his bed to catch all the exsanguination
All
and
the dripping.
all the grave wax.
Honestly, though, that is amazing how the human body, like the I don't know if it's acid or whatever fluid we have inside of us, goes through pretty much anything.
Well, it's not like it's eating through it. It's just there's a lot of when you break down.
It's that fluid is made to break down skin, and it breaks through other things too, right?
Well, wait, are you?
Like decomposition.
Yeah, we're in decomposing. So, like, if you have wood floors, it's going to go through anything like that. It's not going to like eat through metal and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're not alien. We don't have acid for blood. I mean, there's stages of human decomposition, but they have to go through those, and it's going to be you're going to go through that way quicker than 30 years. Yeah. I mean, the bulk of that time he was in that bed, it was just a skeleton, right? Mm-hmm. Like you bloat right after, and then putrefaction when you start to kind of break down the cells and the skin and the whole thing.
I'd say the worst of it would be like a year.
I think the worst
I think
is going to be that
pretty quickly.
Yeah, pretty quick. When it, like those first probably like week or two is probably real stinky.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. After a couple of weeks, I mean, once your organs stop working and the body's cold, if you just let it go, I mean, obviously it was outside, you'd be subject to the elements. But even inside, a couple weeks later, your teeth and the hair, the nails fall out. After about a month and a half, you start to liquefy, the whole thing. So maybe they put pans under the bed. They didn't get that specific in the story. I wish they had, but
people in other countries are just so like they're just okay with that.
People doing that here.
That would traumatize me. I
because it's all in service of stealing his Social Security checks after he died. People do that here all the time. Oh, he found his mother-in-law grown into the lazy boy because he was collecting her disability checks. Not other countries. We do that here.
But I'm saying I would be traumatized by like seeing a family member you have to walk past that every day, or like you decorate it. Like
how much money do you need from
to
the
look past
government?
that?
Yeah, to be like, I'm not traumatized anymore.
A lot. Like
I don't think it's as much as you think.
I would say 6 figures a year.
Well, you heard him, government. That's what Poundcake needs. I got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192. You can leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Pre-launch offer. Minimum $5 deposit and wager. $200 issued as bonus bets. Eligibility restrictions apply. See dkng.co/OH for terms.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Sound familiar, Poundcake?
No.
It's a band you know. Some of their early stuff.
Skinner?
Song's called Parasite. That's not going to help you, but 1974. Off of the second album from a band called Bill.
Is this Kiss?
Kiss! Nights in Satan's Service is what they told us. Hotter Than Hell was the second Kiss album, and for a long time, they complained about the production. It's kind of gritty and kind of lo-fi-ish. I love it. It's probably the grittiest Kiss ever got before they really kind of glammed up, but...
All right, that's why I think, obviously it's not Skinner, but that's probably what threw him off so much, because this doesn't have the production that you're used to with Kiss.
I wondered if he would recognize Gene Simmons' voice.
No,
he doesn't have a very distinctive voice.
Bill called me out when he said the only reason why I knew Kiss was because of Love Gun, and that was from
Role Model.
So that's the only song you know from them.
I feel like I start at Love Gun and see if I can remember the voice.
Gotcha. Well, Ace Frehley wrote a lot of songs on Hotter Than Hell, but he did not trust his singing. So the songs that he wrote, he gave to Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley. And maybe Gene and I think everybody else in Kiss sang one.
Well, and also the song that he knows is a Paul Stanley song.
True.
So he's not going to
Wouldn't know Gene Simmons.
Voice, yeah.
Anyway, I mention it because as long as Kiss has been on their farewell tour, going on a quarter century probably, it was 50 years ago today that they played their first ever show. They kind of look like the Misfits. If you go back and look at the photo, they had the makeup, but it was still mostly leather and they weren't breathing fire yet. Then the pyro, obviously, they predated the Misfits by a few years. I'm sure the Misfits took a few cues from Kiss. But they played a show in Queens called the Popcorn Club, which is a place that's long gone. But 50 years ago today, Kiss played their very first show. And most of the songs that they had on that first album were from Gene Simmons' earlier band, too, and they kind of reworked them and reproduced them or whatever. Gene Simmons said that there were fewer than 10 people in the audience, and Kiss was paid $50 for that first gig. And within 4 years, they would headline Madison Square Garden. And supposedly, their last show ever is in July. Maybe overseas, the last one's in July, but they are on their This Time We Mean It tour. I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's what they should call it. Farewell, and This Time We Mean It. But then, of course, they go, well, we're not saying we'll never do one-off shows. You know, like Judas Priest.
Tours, yeah.
Yeah, Judas Priest made a point to say that this would be their last world tour. They go, we'll do shows. The guys in Kiss have said that they wouldn't mind other people taking up the Kiss mantle. That's kind of by design that those characters and that makeup have stayed the way they have for so long. It's because they're like, listen, they've licensed everything else. Send some kids out as Kiss. Put them in the makeup. I don't know if you're going to get a new generation of Kiss fans, just throwing some dudes out there in the makeup. But other than Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, I don't know that a lot of people cared who was in the makeup. But 50 years ago today. Oh, and then news that'll make Bill Squire happy. They announced today that Bare Naked Ladies going to come to Cleveland this summer. It's exciting.
BNL's coming to town.
Yep, it's about how much I can take. Bare Naked Ladies, along with Five for Fighting. Remember them?
Oh, yeah.
And Delamitri, who had one hit.
What was the Five for Fighting, like, their big hit?
Superman was their big hit. Delamitri had Roll to Me. So all three of them will be on tour this summer. I think Delamitri was like a Scottish band or something. And they're going to be playing Blossom on July 21. So if you're a Bare Naked Ladies fan, they will go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Friday night, by the way, is, of course, the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. And we have the discounted tickets for you. If you go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page, you can vote for who will win the Polar Blast Battle, and you'll see the link there for the discount $25 tickets to join us. Even if you didn't get on one of our teams, we love, because people always go, hey, I'm not on a team, can I come out? Absolutely, you can come out. Of course, it's open to the public. You hang with us in the lodge, right? In the igloo there? Doesn't cost you to get in there.
Is it an igloo?
It's called the Igloo Party Center.
Oh, I was going to say, is it in the shape of igloo? Have they updated it since?
I don't know. We haven't been there in 2 years.
Yeah.
It's all brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi. Thank you also to Statement Limousine, who will be handling the driving for us and can do the same for you. If you have, but my team, the Coxsicles, Big Billy's Bottom Boys. It's Bill's team.
I got my logo done.
Oh, you have a logo?
Yeah.
Good for you.
So the people on my team will making shirts for them.
Well, yeah, nothing like that from me. But listen.
Some of us are a little more dedicated.
That's true. It's a nice thing to do. And I've got no shortage of, as we're in the home stretch here, no shortage of people suggesting Polar Blast punishments. As
we got to lock some in.
We play some of these for you here.
Hey there, hate the show. Polar Blast punishment for Alan. Wear a cap that makes him look bold for a month.
Hey, guys.
Wear a cap that makes me look bald for a month.
Bald cap.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, I would do I go big on my punishments. So I would do something stupid. I would do a shaved head or something like that. I know nobody else would.
No.
I mean, I was pretty much walking around with a shaved head for the majority of my time.
I still think the
20s.
funniest would be to do the, like, George Costanza male pattern baldness.
Like that little kid did?
Yeah, that would be so funny.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. I just actually had an awesome idea for a possible Polar Blast punishment. You guys have the swanky new studio in downtown Cleveland. Maybe the three losers have to go do a polar plunge into Lake Erie. Huh?
I would do the polar plunge.
He's not the only person to suggest that, the polar plunge, as though the lake is right here across the street.
And we can still make it happen, though. Go down to Edgewater.
Walk barefoot on a room full of Lego.
That's dumb.
Dress in drag.
Nah.
I've already done that.
The full Santos is what I like to call that. Dress up like a banana for a week. Shave off an eyebrow. Permanent marker mustache. Play credit card roulette. Alan, Bill, Mary, and Cody go out to eat at an expensive restaurant. After everyone eats, losers put their credit card in the hat for the waitress to pick one.
I'd rather do the polar plunge.
Alan has to eat raw hot dogs injected with Mountain Dew. I think all hot dogs are cooked. Bill has to wear a Watson jersey for a week. Emily Watson, I assume he means, the famed British actress known for her jerseys?
For her jerseys, yes.
Isn't she from Jersey, England? Is that what he means? Mary has to soak her feet in food coloring, and Poundcake has to go to dinner with Dick from Dayton.
And some of the thing about some of these punishments...
Very high concept.
Yeah. But like me wearing a Watson jersey for a week, nobody cares.
Right.
People will be like, hell yeah, man, get it signed.
It's also, I'm always looking for something quick we can do that we can film and post. And, that's kind of part of it.
There's no payoff, really, for
The only
that.
one that I would remotely consider would be the polar plunge.
Again,
I think polar plunge is a great idea.
I'm not criticizing these because people are just sending us their ideas and, Poundcake has to let Bill fart in his car.
Yeah, but again, we're not getting any real punishment from that's.
He is.
He's getting one, but I can't guarantee it's going to be a great fart.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the polar plunge is
We
top
just
of the
run
list
into
for
Lake
me.
Erie?
The losers have to run into Lake Erie, and
From where, Edgewater?
Yeah, I think Edgewater works.
Yeah, but aren't there syringes in Lake Erie whitefish? And I'm not jumping in there and getting E. coli for some stupid
Not
bit.
this time of year.
What do you mean not this time of year? It's in there all year.
No,
algae blooms and crap.
You can go in there. It'll be fine.
I will go ankle high.
No, yeah.
In my limes.
Got to go all the way under the water.
Bill has to wear a money tail beard for a month. I don't know what that is.
What is a money tail beard?
Mary has to eat a spoon of horseradish. Cold spaghetti in your shoes. Well, again, people get weird because they're trying to, they're just throwing. That's totally fine. Thank
Cold
you.
spaghetti.
I appreciate.
Do they mean monkey tail beard? Because that actually.
Oh,
looks
maybe.
awesome.
I'm sorry. Maybe this was a typo on their part.
So a monkey tail beard is where you shave it so it like goes around your mouth, like it looks like a monkey tail.
Oh, there's like a dude on
the Athletics.
A's.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Oakland that does that. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, monkey tail beard makes sense. I didn't know what money tail beard was. I guess
I would do the monkey tail
typo on
beard.
their
That's
part.
kind of funny.
Huh. Monkey tail beard. I like credit card roulette. But if you want to go run into the lake, we can certainly talk about that. In lieu of the clips, because Mary's not going to want to run into the lake.
Are you talking to me?
It's to the group.
Number one for me is the clips. I said I was going to test it out this weekend. I totally forgot.
Okay.
I had a lot going on. I had to sell at that show. But I still think the clips would be very funny. It's very easy to do, and we're gonna get a great video out of it.
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything
too.
to my face, though. I'm not doing anything to my face. I would consider my nipples, but it depends on how big of a bruise it would leave.
I really don't think it's gonna leave bruises like you guys all think it is.
Somebody corrected their text, but I like their original typo. Ruin a 5K. They go, sorry. Well, they wrote back, sorry, run a 5K, but I like ruin a 5K even more.
But how would that be good content?
It's just silly, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just in general, I like the concept of ruining a 5K. You run the opposite way. You tell people they suck.
You just put mouse traps everywhere. Just
You
trip
throw-
wires
yeah,
everywhere.
You throw out marbles.
Yeah.
There's glitter grenades along the way. Ruin a 5K.
Roll some coal in front of everybody.
Yeah. Alan has to drive Poundcake to Chicago and let him sing the whole time.
Again, not entertaining for anybody.
No. Alan has to eat a pack of bagels. Mary has to watch Ram's head nail videos for 5 minutes. Cody has to take a nap in his car, and Bill has to do a bunch of paperwork.
I have to take a nap in my car?
Because you don't want to take a nap in your car because someone might
walk by and see.
True, but
pull it out or
in
something.
regards to chat or a punishment, I mean, I don't want to do that. That seems so hard. No, I don't want to do that. But I'll do it if they.
Does Alan think there are algae blooms in winter? I don't know. Are there? Are there not? I don't know.
I was gonna say.
I'm just saying there's all kinds of nasty crap in Lake Erie year round.
Correct. And the fact that it's not getting stirred around by other people.
Right. Well, the surfers are out there mixing it up. Right.
It's just sitting there lingering, waiting for us.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I think polar plunge or
the clips.
The clips is good.
What if we do the clips in Lake Erie?
There you go. Now you're talking.
Just stand there. Well, it can't even be any colder than Lake Huron, and I've stood neck deep in Lake Huron in the wintertime, so.
How long before you get hypothermia?
I don't know. The trick is to have your arms up, I was told. I don't know if that's psychosomatic or if that actually does something or if it's, I don't know. You'd have to be in there for quite some time, I think, before you'd have to worry about that.
Because I know they do that Cupid run in February, and these people run around in their itty-bitty little Speedos and go
For people asking what the clips are, there was a viral video that went around of these three guys that had those metal binder clips all over their face and arms, three guys standing around, and each one of those clips had a string attached to the end of it. And in the middle, they had all the strings going through a cardboard toilet paper roll, and they had to pull. You didn't know which clip the string was attached to. And were they doing rock, paper, scissors? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah, something like that.
And then they would pull one of the strings, not knowing whose clip it was connected to. It's bonkers.
Can you play that again?
I don't know if I still have it, but let me find it.
I think
Clips on Face video?
Yeah, I don't know how to...
It was on like TikTok.
Yeah, everything is.
I think I found it on...
Hold on. No, I don't know what that is called.
I can probably find the email that I sent to you.
Before they banned TikTok altogether. Yeah, if you find it, send it to me because I'm not sure where that is, and I can show people what we're talking about there.
Why would they ban TikTok altogether?
They're trying, because Chinese malware. Trying to ban it. You know, these states have banned it from official governmental devices, and I think they're trying. There are no shortage of people trying to ban it nationwide. I don't know how you would do that, but like the CEO is set to testify in front of Congress in March. But there's more and more chatter about them trying to ban TikTok. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know what the logistics of that are. But I don't know. Anywho, you can leave us voicemails, by the way. Alan Cox Show After Hours line is always available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
I don't know if you can talk about this on radio, but I smoke a lot of hash oil all day, every day, and it makes you sneeze and cough a lot. So I'll take some and sneeze and cough, and then I'll go back. It's called a nectar collector, is what I use, and I'll go and inhale some more. And something I sneezed or coughed up will end up in my little cup of hash oil. So I'll stick the thing in there, and I'll hear it crackle, and I say, oh, man, that was like a loogie that I sneezed that went into my little cup of hash oil that I smoke. All right, thank you.
What a life. He's having a great time. Just dabbing his life away. Oh, no, I smoked my boogers. All right, cool, bro. I think we just landed on our polar blast punishment. Smoking our boogers.
All right, I'm sending this to you again.
I smoke hash oil all the time, every day. All right, cool, bro. You send it to me?
I'm sending it right now. It has to download because that's how TikTok sends emails.
All right, sir.
All right, to Alan Cox.
That's me. Anyway, I guess the point of his call was that he accidentally will cough and sneeze and hack up a lug, and then it'll work its way back into his pipe, and then he'll end up smoking his lugs. So you sneeze and cough a lot? Sounds like a great time. Sounds like a blast. Godspeed, you Black Emperor. Make sure it didn't go into my junk. Nothing yet.
It's
anyway.
Probably going to end up sending a link. So probably
I'll show it after the break.
Yeah,
to get people hip to the clips
that
we might possibly be doing for Polar Blast Punishment. I will have those Coheed and Cambria tickets for you after this break, by the way. They're coming through to do a show this spring. Coheed's doing May 10th at the Agora. So you want to go to that? I'll get you set up here. And then 4:30, another chance to grab $1,000. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
All right, Coheed and Cambria are going back on the road this spring. They're taking Death Heaven with them. Great band. They're going to play at the Agora on Wednesday night, May the 10th. All the info is at agoracleveland.com. Coheed fan, Death Heaven fan? Oh, you're in luck. Both of them. May 10, Wednesday night, the Agora. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. The legendary Steve Vai is going to join me tomorrow. I think around 4:30, maybe 2:30. I'll have to double check, but a longtime Steve Vai fan. He just dropped a new album on Friday with a friend of his. It's called Vai Gash, G-A-S-H. There's a slash in the middle, but Steve Vai, easily one of the most influential and legendary guitarists out there. So I'll talk to him tomorrow on the show. Your Cleveland Cavaliers, one up, one down this past weekend. They lost to the Thunder in Oklahoma City. 112-100 is the final there. And they rolled over the Clippers back here at home last night, 122-99. Tomorrow night, you will hear them back here on MMS at 7 o'clock against the Heat of Miami. And then Thursday, they're still in town to play the Memphis Grizzlies. So tomorrow night, 7 o'clock is your start. 6:30, as soon as we roll out and head over, because we're all going tomorrow night. 6:30 is when Cavs Live pregame will begin. Found that video we were talking about, the potential polar blast punishment here. These guys who put, this was making the rounds on TikTok, these guys who put metal binder clips all over their faces. I guess they didn't go south of the neck, did they?
No.
It's all on their face.
Mm-hmm.
Eyebrows, ears, lips, cheeks. And they attach strings to the end. I'll show it here for people watching the live stream before I start it. You see what they're doing there is they have strings attached to the ends of these binder clips, and then all of the strings run through a cardboard tube in the middle.
So they never know who's...
Maybe PVC. They never know who's pulling what string. But it hurts when they pull, as you can see. This is what passes for a good time in wherever this is.
Yeah.
Where is this? Vietnam or something?
I have no idea where it's at, but it's funny. So I think this is a good idea. Mary's worried that it's going to leave marks on our faces.
It's going to leave marks.
I don't think it's so.
Because the longer they go unpulled,
yes,
you'll get bruises. And then if they get pulled, you're going to get a mark.
But I found a clip. It's not the same level as the ones these guys have, but I got one of these clips, like to hold like papers together, from one of our salespeople. So I'm willing to.
Those are even tighter than these metal ones.
I'm willing to test this to see if I get a bruise.
Let me show a little bit more of this for the people who are watching here. These guys do. Off his earlobe because they're doing rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. And then they don't know who's there. Sometimes they're pulling it off their own face.
Yeah. They don't know what string is attached to which clip.
Yeah. But the way we would do it is whoever wins gets to pull the strings.
Whoever what?
Whoever wins gets to pull the strings.
Oh, that's the way that it goes.
That's how I figured we'd do it for our show.
So how many strings does the winner pull?
I was thinking
until each person has a clip come off?
Well, until all the clips are gone, and we won't do as many. They did a ton of clips. I don't think we need to do that many clips. Right. I think we did like one eyebrow, one earlobe. That would probably be enough.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, because Mary doesn't want to do it at all.
I know.
But she's not here. So she didn't get a say in it.
All right. So do you want to try this out with this one?
If you want to do it.
Yeah, I'll take over the team because I think
What
this
do you
is the
need me
funniest
to
one.
do?
All right.
Do you need me to do
I
anything?
need you to pull on it. Make sure we're
But there's
in
no
frame.
string.
You're going to just pull the tab. So you're going to come over here.
Okay.
And pull on it. Make sure am I in frame?
Yep,
here?
you're in frame.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt.
And okay, here we go. Huh!
That hurts.
Yeah, it hurts.
That had to hurt.
But it's not like.
It'll go away quickly.
Yeah, it's like. It actually feels better once you get it off. Like once
Yeah.
Like
426.
I think if we use this kind of clip.
Okay.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah, I'll try it.
All right. Let me go over to the camera. Get it on your thing there, just so I can get you and make sure you're in frame. Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, here's Alan's turn.
It's okay.
He didn't even give a
You're
reaction.
supposed to sell it.
Well, no, I mean, it's good. Depending on where we put it, it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt. I think
I got lucky with that.
Maybe I just am good at polling.
You probably are.
Yeah. Poundcake, why don't you come in here and we'll try it on you?
No.
Oh, come on.
Oh my God, I don't want to.
Come on. Come down here.
We'll try. Should we try an eyebrow on him?
Yes.
No, you're not doing anything with my eyebrows.
Get out of there and come down here. Stop arguing.
Come do your job.
God, it's like I'm at home. Stop arguing with me. Let me put this binder clip on your eyebrow.
Here, I'll let you do it.
Say it to my daughter all the time.
I'll let you do an eyebrow. Oh, that's tight. Ow. Okay. Oh. Okay, here we go.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I know why it hurts more when I did it.
What am I doing wrong?
No.
Here, you put a clip on him.
So when I pulled on yours, I pulled on both sides of the clip. You pulled on one side, so that makes it hurt a little bit more.
Oh, no, just on one so it stays clipped, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, right.
So I just kind of unclipped it from you. That's why you didn't have much of a reaction.
Okay, well then clip it to me again.
Okay. Here, Poundcake, you clip it to him. And that way I can...
Here, I'll put it on my ear.
Do you have that mic potted up just so we can hear the... Okay. We should there you go.
I think that's the one. All right,
yeah.
So I'll put it on my ear.
All right.
You pull it.
Just pull one. Don't pull...
one of these.
Yeah.
Ow!
Yeah, see, it hurts more that way.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Now you put it on your eyebrow.
I'm not putting it on my eyebrow.
I put it on your ear at least. Put it on your ear.
I know. I don't want to hurt him. I don't like this.
Oh, come on. Didn't you have an earring or something at some point? There
yes,
you go.
I did. It wasn't.
You ready?
No.
It didn't kill you.
It didn't kill me.
It's all right.
I just did an eyebrow. You want to try an eyebrow?
No, I don't want to try eyebrow. No, because I'll lose hair there.
No, I just did it.
No. I don't want to try an eyebrow.
Try an eyebrow.
No, I don't want to try an
All
eyebrow.
right, go back down there. He doesn't want to try the eyebrow. I'm not going to force him to do it.
Just wanted some team players here.
I know. All right, well, listen, we could do that.
I think it's... I don't think it's going to leave these bruises that Mary thinks it's going to leave.
All right.
Do you think it is?
I'm more convinced.
I don't think it is.
I think you're right.
Especially if we use these kind. Those metal, the ones that they're using have more of an edge to them.
They have like a sharp, flat metal edge.
We won't use that. We'll use these ones with a rounded edge.
Right.
And like just having it on your face, like it pinches, so it obviously hurts, but like it's not the end of the world.
It's not the sharp edge.
Handle it.
Well, the thing is, though, to her point, because you guys are up on stage performing, that's why she didn't want to look like she'd just gotten thrown around. But you're right. These have little rounded ends on the clips, and so
we get a box of these.
That'd be a good cheat.
Yeah. We'll tie some strings on it, and I think it'll be just fine.
Okay, good. Well, then we'll do that.
We'll do that.
So then the winner pulls the strings.
Yes, the winner pulls the strings.
So there's only 3 people in it, like those guys. I'll show people this again, and then I'll give you that. I'll give you that money. Did I close this out already? Oh, hold on. I'll show it to you again. 3 dudes who were doing it. Oh, I can't even. You sent it to me, and now I can't find it again. Yeah.
Well, it should. Did it download? Was it
Yeah, it did.
It's got to be on your desktop or your.
I'm sure it is.
Your little
somewhere.
folder there.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh, here we go.
来吧，一人6个家，谁弄完谁回家。来，真的不误。对。哎呦，哎呦，哎呦，哎呦，真的不误。真啊！
Oh, there you go. A good time had by all there.
So, Poundcake, would you do this? It's not going to leave bruises. I mean, we'll look at our faces tomorrow. Like, it's obviously not going to bruise you on your ear.
If we test it and it doesn't leave bruises, then sure. But
I did an eyebrow. Alan, did you do an eyebrow?
No, I did the ear.
I have sensitive skin, so I know.
Wouldn't, but looking a little beat up, Poundcake, wouldn't that work in your favor?
Wouldn't that make you more masked?
Next time you go to Tangerine Hypothesis, next time you go to Orange Theory, you go in there, they're like, bro, what happened to you? You like, nothing. Let's just do this workout.
Don't worry
right?
about
And
it.
then everybody's got questions.
Not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, my God. Did you see Cody?
I mean, would it up my street cred? Probably not, because they know I didn't get into a fight.
They don't know anything. How do they know?
Unless they're listeners of the show.
What, you think everybody in your class listens to the show? Maybe a couple.
A lot do.
How do you know? You don't know that.
Because I get the...
Would you take a survey of the people in your class? Hey, how many of you know who I am?
I get the gym nod.
Yeah, because it's a community over there. You're all in the same class. That's the nod, not the hey, Poundcake nod. Yeah, maybe you do. What the hell do I know?
I mean, if it doesn't have bruises, if there's no, what do they call, battle scars, then...
Scars.
I'm just saying, because I've been through the ringer. I know you've gotten hit with a paintball in the balls. I get it. But I was also shocked. I also got hit with a big
but you had
thing of dried mashed potatoes.
Understood. But you had no scarring from the shock collar.
I had a little bruise, but it wasn't...
You had psychic scarring. You didn't have any physical scarring.
It was on my arm, so I really didn't care that much. But you guys are trying to do it on the face. I was like, I would consider if it was like my nipples or if it was like...
Well, bring your nipples down here.
Let's get your nipples into this. Come on. Nothing.
He's bringing his nipples down.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Good.
He just wants to show off his skinny.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he had some...
Fire shock!
Right, when you were doing that on him, that was a whole other thing.
Well, that was the original... The Squire shock thing was originally for when I got...
I know, you got tased in the parking lot.
Yeah, all right.
We're going to put this on a nip?
Put it on a nip. Here you go. Get on camera.
Areola.
Over there.
Areola.
Hey, look at that.
See, I feel like that's worse than anything.
Oh, this is way worse. Never mind. Hurry up. Hurry up.
Boobs.
Hurry up.
Boobs.
Ah, that's way worse.
Oh, that's 10 times worse.
Boobs.
All right, good job.
I still, no battle scars, so is my nipple red?
Mr. Boob, that's me. B-double-O-B, Boob.
I mean, you're not showing them to anybody lately anyway, so don't worry about it. I gave you some money here. It's $1,000 to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I mean, worst comes to worst, Mary can just put them on. You should cover her earlobes up with her hair.
Oh,
she's a tucker, but I mean, she could also. There's ways to circumvent that. That provided she loses.
Right.
She might win.
She might win. That's what she's not thinking about, is how joyful she's going to be if she wins, and she gets to be the one pulling these clips off of us.
Right, but each of us only have a 25% chance of winning. So the odds are fundamentally against us. But I'm fine with that.
I like the
clips.
I like the clips. I think the clips would be funny. It's quick. You get to do it right here in the studio.
It's not the end of the world.
And we could do it on Monday after the polar blast. Like, we could do it bang, bang.
Yes. Get it over with. But people are agreeing that the nipples are going to be the best, which means we're all going to have to do nipples or something.
People want to know what the video is, but I can't. I don't know what the name is, so I'm just going to post it on my socials, okay? Because people can't
find it.
Can't find it.
Yeah.
All right. So if you follow me or if you want to see this, I'm going to put it on my Instagram and my Twitter.
I thought Poundcake says he has thick skin. I think he meant like metaphorically, you know. So anyway, we tested it a little bit. I don't think we blew it out yet because it's more of a visual thing when you get the strings on it and the thing, and that'll be fine.
Think about the crowd outside the window. There's like
they can come up and watch. Yeah, why not? It's gonna be cold, but they can come up. Like from Parma is calling it clip, clip, boom.
Clip, clip, boom!
Yeah. Oh, boy. Mike, you never miss. So anyway, Mary has repeatedly said no, as people are pointing out, and that's true. So I guess she doesn't have
And she can do the polar plunge.
She doesn't have to do it.
And said that she would do the polar plunge, but...
She did. All right.
Such a downer.
Well, no, listen, I want people to do what they, you know what I mean?
Right,
like,
no,
I've said no to things in years past. I'm like, I'm not doing that. And
the stuff that you said yes to, like
I drank my pee, and
pee,
right.
But you drank your pee, and that was more disgusting than you biting a stick of butter.
Not to me.
Like you couldn't get a
Not
bite
to
of
me.
butter.
No, I was thinking about this. I couldn't sleep the night. I'm lying there thinking about polar blast punishments past. And the thought of me biting into that, when I just mentally recreate that moment of me trying to bite into that stick of butter, it comes up in my throat just thinking about it. And I know to a lot of people that makes me a huge pussy because people love butter and they can, whatever. My brother-in-law will roll sticks of butter in sugar and eat them. It's so far beyond me to even, and I went into that fully expecting that I had like a hack. Like I'll hold my breath. Whatever, just thinking about it makes me almost vomit. And that's so weird to some people wwho love butter. It's terrible. I would rather drink a pint glass full of my own pee than to do that butter thing again. No joke. Do the punishments at the Polar Blast. No, we want to have fun at the Polar Blast. So we got to film it and we got to do a thing. And if people want to come to the window, they certainly can. And, people can come to the window and point to which string we need to pull. So, because there's people who are like, your punishment should be going back down in your underwear. We want to party. We want to do the tubing race.
And it's
we got to go back, announce the winner,
it's
party.
Supposed to be a punishment to us,
guys.
not to everybody that's there.
Right, yes. Alan, I've taken an Orange Theory class with Poundcake.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah.
Oh, good
anonymous
for
texter.
you.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I was like, I don't know. Probably.
They don't always give me their name. Okay. Well, that's something then.
I'm going to tag you in this reel too, so that you can collaborate and so everybody can see.
Stop. Collaborate and listen.
Mm-hmm.
Mary has to be in a two-piece for the plunge. I'm not telling her what to do. I don't even know if she's going to want to do that.
Does Tord even sell two pieces?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, whoops.
She's probably on a plane, or is she asleep?
No, I've been texting her a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Because she said she would do the polar plunge.
She did. All right. Yeah. Well, I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, I will have those Jeff Ross tickets for you. Comedian Jeff Ross is coming through to do MGM Northfield Park on April 21st. It's a Friday night. Want to go see him? It's fantastic live. I'll have a pair of tickets for you after this break. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, we're going to go see comedian Jeff Ross, who is coming back to town. He's going to be doing a show at MGM Northfield Park. Where's my info? He's coming back to do MGM Northfield Park. Oh, there it is. April 21st. It's a Friday night. On the center stage there, Ticketmaster.com is going to have tickets and info. Anything I might have left out, details will be there. 2 for Jeff Ross. Never know when you'll see him. Big caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7.
Well, it's an hour or two north of Miami, but it's along that eastern shoreline there, and that's where he is. But now again, if you don't have kids, you don't care if they're reading books down there. But Ron DeSantis seems like he's trying to export his particular kind of crazy to the rest of the country. But the rest of the country ain't Florida. And he's going to find that out soon enough. Say what?
It's just expensive to live in Florida.
Well, it's expensive to live in a lot of places. I mean, if you're in a major metropolitan area, it's going to be expensive.
Well, I'm saying you can't really call Florida the Ohio of the South, because people move here because it's crazy cheap.
I mean, in the context of hill rods and crazies, right? Mm-hmm. Ohio is the Florida of the North.
Is our population going up? Because Florida's population is going up. I think we may...
Well, this is what I'm saying. The Midwest and the Northeast are losing
people.
That's the point of this whole thing, is that the South is growing. The Midwest and the Northeast.
South will rise again. They just, in population.
They they've lost some people. Listen, some of that was pandemic related. There were people that were moving or lost a gig. There are a lot of things at play here.
The people around here are scrambling around. People leave here to go to Columbus. So there's a bunch of people still in the state, but they just moved to a different part of the state. I don't know how many people actually dip.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Ohio is certainly not going to be kind to women with unwanted pregnancies either. So that's going to be an issue. There's a lot of elements at play in something like this. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, I like to know where you're doing that. I always like when people will keep me abreast of their moves. I hear from people all the time. They go, hey, I used to be in Arizona. Now I'm in Connecticut, blah, blah, blah. And I always appreciate when people keep me hip to that. Lynn listens in Venice Beach, Florida. Angela is a bureau chief in Nashville. Pam listens in Huntington, West Virginia. Nick's in Boulder, Colorado. Tanya is in Clayton, North Carolina. And people can leave messages there, too, anytime you like.
Hey, guys, it's David again. Hey, I listened to you talking about how Rover loves Poundcake. And I got to let you guys know, he's actually brought it up a couple times and given Doogie a little bit of grief for letting Poundcake go and passing on him, basically. So I always found that interesting. But figured I'd bring that up to you and let you know that, Poundcake, Rover's definitely a fan of you.
Ever since you sat on his lap at our 50th anniversary concert, been a big fan. What does he mean, Doogie passing on you?
I applied to be on their show, their phone screener, years ago. Either before I got this internship or maybe when I turned down this internship the first time, that was when the phone screener position was open for Rover. I think that was when they hired, not before Nads. Who was before Nads?
No clue.
Hoppy. It was Hoppy.
Hoppy. Okay.
Hoppy. When they hired Hoppy, there was a phone screening position open. And then...
Jeez, Hoppy.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah. And I applied for it, and Doogie just... She passed. I mean, she liked me. I just probably wasn't the right fit for that show at that time, and I probably agree. I was very immature.
As opposed to now.
I think you would have been a great fit.
God,
because one thing they absolutely need on Rover's show is someone that's mature.
I don't know, but like I don't know where I would be.
So she said no thanks.
She didn't say anything. I just didn't hear back.
I see.
And then it was only like a couple months
And then
later.
he came to me.
No, I had applied to yours first, and
Oh, right. And we were, there was like, you had school still and you couldn't.
I was working at WZIP
Right.
as the DJ director, and I didn't have a replacement. So during that time where you had your intern, the one before me, that was
Corp Life.
No, before me.
I thought he was
Donnie.
Donnie.
Oh,
Yeah,
Donnie.
Donnie ended up being the bridge there.
Yeah, so there was like 4 months where I was like, I'm still looking for a job.
Right.
I was like, internship is great, but if I get a job, that's even better. And then I ended up interning with you afterwards, and I was like, oh, hey, Douchey. Like, I was there. I saw her in the hallway. I was like, remember me?
God, I remember Hoppy used to blow me up when I was on in Chicago because he's from there. He's from the suburbs in Chicago. So when I was on there, he was constantly blowing me up. So when I came here, I was like, and I heard they'd hired him. I go, oh, my God, you hired this dude? And they're like, oh, yeah. I go, okay. I think I told Douchey, I can't tell you what you're in for, but you're going to find out. Boy, did they. Well, they love you. They're bummed that you're on this show.
But see, that's the thing. I don't know if they're doing shtick or not.
Well, no, what's not to like?
Well,
you're a likable dude.
I am, but
You're
again,
here because I like you.
I know, and I think
If I didn't like you, you wouldn't be here.
I think this was the best fit.
And when I'm gone, you can go down there.
No, because they'll have a replacement. It's
Oh,
far
please,
too
it's a
late now.
revolving door down there. They're looking for. One thing this company loves is people that they already have in the building. When was the last time? I swear to God, I'm the last person they hired from outside the market here. Me and Carletta and Waz over at GR, we're like the last 3
And
air
Bloom Daddy.
talents. Huh?
Bloom Daddy.
But he is from the area. Like, he's not from, you know what I'm saying? The last time they paid people to move to Cleveland to be on the air, I've been here 13 years, and I think they hired 2 people since then from outside the market. They love people who are already here. They go, hey, you've been here a couple of weeks. Want to get behind a microphone? That's the best thing you got going for you is that you're already here. They love that.
Yeah, but I'm saying at the time, as far as like maturity goes, I don't know if I was mentally ready for what that show would bring. It's a bigger audience. It was syndicated. And
It was syndicated.
It's still syndicated.
But I'm just saying.
Syndicated.
That's a way of saying that they're on fire.
I don't know if that would be, that was my first job in radio. I don't know if I would be like traumatized or not. Because, I mean, this audience is, as you said, very protective of me. And that's really great. That's virtually unheard of for any gay broadcaster coming up.
Gay broadcaster. I love it.
A broadcaster who happens to be gay. Like, that's virtually unheard of. And
I had to fight to bring you on.
I know. And I don't know how well I would be received on that show. So the cast may like me, but the audience may not like me. Maybe the audience here, but in wherever else.
Yeah, but I mean, the audience, I mean, you, to a certain degree, you train the audience how to listen to something too. And they get used to it and they go, yeah, okay. Like, part of it they like, part of it they don't.
Again, I think I filled in one time for Nads.
Yeah, you filled in when you've been on this show. You sat in there.
Yeah. Very, very early on. And again, they got me in little bursts and that was fine. But
little goes a long way.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy with where I'm at.
Well, if it ever doesn't work out here, when they finally kick my ass out, you can walk 3 doors down, just like the band. You can walk 3 doors down. Hey, guys.
I'm sick of Alan.
Hey. He's sick of me. That's what it is.
Sick
Yeah.
of him.
Right. I'm
Always
sick of him, and he's not here anymore.
Making me read.
Yeah. It's very exciting. All right, well, there you go. Did you ever tell the story of a St. Patty's Day bar crawl? I don't know what that means.
That's when Hoppy got fired.
Oh, yeah,
We talked about that.
I mean, probably right after. Yeah. Yeah, that was when they saw him in the full bloom that I had warned them about. I shouldn't even say warned them. They had already hired him by the time I was like, what? Who? Yeah, I don't know. But it's something to consider.
That was wild, man. And that's the thing. That's
those bar crawls are great.
I know, but that was so not me. Like I was always afraid. Well, kind of afraid to do everything. But like, I was like, I'm not gonna get drunk in front of sponsors, like, or that drunk, blacked out drunk.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. Why is that silly? That's smart. That's how you don't get fired. And it's not even around sponsors. I mean,
They want us
for
to have a
bar
good
cra-
time, but
well,
just
right.
within
I mean,
reason.
they're right. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just like, just handle your high, man. It's St. Patty's Day, right? Everybody's going to be tying one on. But you don't want to be like on the clock and black out.
I just didn't know.
That's just poor form. Just bad decision making.
Unless that's the bit.
Right, but
Like,
that's
I mean,
not.
there's
It's never the
definitely-
bit.
right.
Like,
But like, there's been times where we like drank on, like I did that one St. Patrick's Day show where I was like, I went out for St. Patrick's Day, then came and did the show and drank throughout the show. But I knew I wasn't gonna get so drunk. I mean, it's definitely loose, but I wasn't like fall on the floor drunk. I was only fall on the floor hung over. I still got through the show.
Right.
You gotta show up.
So 90% of success is showing up.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. But you also weren't like, you weren't operating the show. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
right,
Like,
no, yeah.
Like if I did that, there would be big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
My job is far too flimsy to do something.
I mean, did
like
have
that.
to shut down the live
Too
stream that day.
flimsy.
It is. My job is too flimsy. I thought I was going to get the axe after the whole Jamaica trip. I was like, all right, well, I didn't know technically I was on company time, but I was like, in a different country. And so that was my one slip up in 7 years.
After I got arrested, I thought I was going to get fired too, and then I ended up getting a sponsorship out of it.
You did?
Yeah.
For Jägermeister or
no,
what?
Taubman Law. I got a lawyer.
Uh-huh.
It didn't last super long.
Hey
but,
guys,
you know,
Bill Squire. Well, listen, lawyers, if nothing, chase an opportunity when they see it.
Yep.
Hey, here's a high-profile guy who just got thrown in the hoose cow for the weekend. Hey guys, Bill Squire for lawyers. I needed one this weekend, and boy, guess who came to my rescue?
Whenever I get in trouble, it's never for what I think. Like, whenever I do good, I always think, and people call me into the office, I think I'm like, I did something bad. So I get paranoid. And then when I'm like, I'm just, having fun, I get called into the office. I'm like, they're like, all right, so do you know what you posted over the weekend? I'm like, no, this was back in the day. Like,
yeah. Back in the day, like 4 years ago.
But we had another.
Who was this, Chris Tyler?
No, this was.
Sasskeith.
Sasskeith.
Oh, Sasskeith.
And he was like, his email was titles. The subject was just today. ... see me when you get
because he's by the book.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh God, what
did
I do?
you post?
So this was after the polar blast, and this is why I didn't think it was a big deal. But again, I didn't provide context. I just tweeted. I said, F all you guys. I tweeted, F all you guys.
Context is everything.
There was no LOL. I was just like, F all you guys. And I was like, I could have
He was still learning, and he told you, right? Hey, just be careful.
Yes,
he wasn't screaming at you.
But the email could have told me like.
Oh, they like doing that though.
I know.
Yes, they
that.
want you to get the panic
Yeah.
charts before you walk in there.
And it was
You don't
early.
know what you don't know until you know it.
It was early in the morning. I was just sitting there at work. I'm like, oh man, what did I do? Like, I'm like,
Right,
today-
and then it's a long wait until you even like get to go and talk to him.
because it wasn't. I was like, there's no way he's mad at me. I was like, I didn't say anything, right? I was like, if I cursed, Alan would have dumped me. So I'm going through. I'm like, what could it possibly be?
I like how social media doesn't even occur to him.
It didn't occur to me because I'm like, F all you guys. I'm like, clearly, if I tweeted it out, I must have thought it was a good idea. So clearly, it can't be that. I'm like, huh. I was like, what could it be? So no, it didn't occur to me at all, social media. So when he said, so your Twitter, and I'm like, no! What did I post on my Twitter? And he's like, he was like, F all you guys? I was like, oh, I'm so relieved. I was like,
oh, I liked it. That's what he tweeted. F all. And why did you tweet that?
Because I was mad that I lost a polar blast, and I'd forget.
F all you guys? Who guys?
I don't know.
The audience?
It's everyone.
Hey, I lost. Yeah, how's that on us?
I don't know. I was just.
F all you guys.
I was really pissed. I was going to have to do the challenge. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what year it was. Maybe it was a shot collar year, but it was one of the years, and I'm like, contemplating at work.
It was one of the years.
Tell us all about it.
F all you guys.
That shot caller was a good one.
That was a great one. Yeah. Fantastic.
If you ever need to cheer yourself up, go and watch the supercut of Poundcake getting shocked. You'll have a very good day from then on.
So now I just make sure I at y'all so I know it's real. Add names.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th.
Conrads include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires. Bundle and save to get up to $225 off on 4 select Goodyear tires. That's right, $225 off Goodyear tires.
The War on Drugs podcast explores how America has changed since President Nixon declared drugs public enemy number 1 in 1971. A half-century later, this so-called war has a more profound effect on our society than any of us realize.
War on drugs is the excuse our government uses to get away with absolutely insane stuff.
The cops, are they just looting, pillaging? They just have way better names for what we would call robbed.
Listen to The War on Drugs on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away.
Okay, it's the return of Nickelback. If you're a fan, they're going out on the road with special guests Brantley Gilbert and Josh Ross. Taking a country turn with the supporting act this time. Wednesday, August 9th is when it happens, out at Blossom. Tickets are on sale. Get the info at livenation.com. Want to go see Nickelback? Simple enough. Be caller 10. And you will. You and a pal. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for in about 7 or 8 minutes. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. Just remember this go-round of Go Fund Yourself. You want to put these words in at WMMS.com. If you text them to me, you're wasting that opportunity. I don't want you to waste it because there's $1,000 every single time, and there are plenty of chances. Starts up with Rover in the morning, ends with Corey Roddick at night. So you want to text these keywords, and they'll tell you in the keyword. But make sure that you're texting them to WMMS.com. And if you happen to text me the word, I'd like to kindly remind you so that you're not wasting it. While you are at WMMS.com, make sure you hit the contest page if you're looking for those $25 discount tickets to join us Friday night for the Polar Blast Battle. Back after a 2-year hiatus, we go back to Boston Mills Brandywine. 4 teams, the Coxsicles, Big Billy's Bottom Boys, Snow Babies, and Barely White. You can vote for which team you think will win because there's a lot of swag. We do this every year, too. All of the correct guesses or votes as to which team you think will win, we pull one person at random, and they get all the swag that the winning team gets from Boston Mills Brandywine and Circle K and Pepsi and lots more. So go to WMMS.com at the contest tab there. There is a link for those discount tickets if you just want to come out and party with us, even if you're not on a team. That's half the fun. And thank you also to Statement Limousine, who will be getting us there and back. So Friday night, it has all come down to this. Polar Blast Battle. I think we've landed on our punishment.
Yep.
We're going to do clip, clip, boom.
Clip, clip, boom. I love that. Great name. Thank you, Mike.
Yes. And the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi. And thank you to them. I always refer to Ohio as the Florida of the North and vice versa. And Delray Beach. We have a couple of bureau chiefs down there. We got Nick, who listens in Delray Beach. We got a couple people on that list. A woman down there, they have pulled her from a storm drain for the 3rd time in 2 years.
Again?
They keep pulling this woman out of a storm drain. Lindsay Jane Kennedy. They've identified her multiple times, asked if she needed help. She ignored them and climbed into a storm drain. And she would refuse to come out. You know, when you have those kinds of problems, it's like trying to lure a frightened animal out of an area, right? You don't want to make any sudden movements. They tried to get her to come out, and she crawled even deeper into the culvert pipe. And so then they had to get first responders on the other end of the pipe. I imagine she was probably on the end of a pipe before she got into the culvert, but they got cops at one end. They tried to flush her out. And so then they get her in the middle. You know, they got guys climbing at one end, people climbing at the other end. God, what's that movie? Oh, it's this wild, scary movie. The Canal. You ever seen The Canal?
I've not seen The Canal.
Watch The Canal. It's pretty wild. This guy starts having these nightmares. He and his wife move, and he starts having these nightmares. I think this is the one I'm thinking of, where he's in this tunnel, or he finds his wife in a culvert or something. It's like an Irish movie, but it's fun if you like that kind of stuff. Anyway, they're trying to get Lindsay Kennedy out of this pipe down there in Delray Beach for the third time in 2 years. And they got the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Special Operations Team, or DBFRSAT, to pull her out. Now, are they going to have to pull her out a fourth time? They pulled her out of the same storm drain in March 2021 after she had been missing for 3 weeks. We talked about this at the time. This is the same woman. And she was like they found her in a storm drain before where she was down there with like food. And so it's like at the bottom of this cistern with a pipe going perpendicular off of it. And she crawls into that when the cops show up. And she tells the cops, "Oh, I went swimming and lost my clothes." Her boyfriend reported her missing at that time. And she said, "Oh, I just decided to go down the tunnel and then realized I was lost." But I don't think anybody thought that was actually the case.
She's just like going on adventures.
She said that she'd been walking in the sewer system for about 3 weeks. And she'd been living off of an unopened can of ginger ale that she found while looking for a way out. I imagine if that happened one time, you go, yeah, I got lost down there in the Delray Beach sewers. They said that she appeared to be coherent and didn't show any signs of somebody that needed to be remanded to the custody of a psychiatrist. But her family says she has a history of mental illness and is a frequent user of narcotics.
Hey, there you go.
And has a history of doing, quote, odd things and, quote, making bad decisions. So anyway.
I don't even consider this. She's a sewer person. She's a chud. Let her be a chud.
Oh, God. Speaking of which, I was listening. Do you know who Tracy Ellis Ross is?
No.
Poundcake does. You know who Tracy Ellis Ross is?
He's on the phone.
Oh, he is. Anyway, she is an actress. She's on Blackish. She was on a show called Girlfriends. She's Diana Ross's daughter. And she has a lot of siblings because Diana Ross has been married a couple of times. Diana Ross still alive. And there's Tracy, and there's Evan, and there's Rhonda, and there's Christopher. And then she named one of her daughters Chudney. Chudney is her daughter's name. I don't know if that's if there's some specific attachment to something for that, but imagine your bouncing baby girl comes out and she goes, "Oh my God, look at that Chudney." I mean, even if it was a son, I don't know that there's if Chudney is a gender specific name, but boy, that's a wild name for a daughter. You go by Chud. All your siblings have gotten like regular names.
Yeah.
Is my brother Evan. Here's my sister Rhonda.
I'm Chudney.
I'm Chudney. Hello.
Chudney.
But they gave it to you for something. I don't know what that, I don't know. I found that out today listening to something with Tracy Ellis Ross on it, who's very funny, by the way. I never got into Blackish, but that show, I think, is objectively an entertaining show.
Did you watch the Eddie Murphy movie with your
You
guy?
People?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just really don't have any interest in it.
It's like one of these things where when I see the trailer for it ahead of time, I go, oh, this looks funny. Eddie Murphy, David Duchovny, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I love everybody in it. Not a huge Jonah Hill guy, but fine. He comes with it. And then it drops, and I go, like, I'm trying to get excited for it, and I'll probably watch it. I'm finding that the shows I get into are canceled and then dropped. You can't find. There was a show I was watching called Pantheon. It was an animated series about this woman who her husband is killed by the company he works for, AI or something, and then he's uploaded into the computer, whatever. And it was on AMC. And it was one of these shows where they gave it an immediate 2-season order. And then after the first season, they canceled it and retroactively and then pulled it from all the services.
That's annoying.
So I was really getting into it. The same thing, I was watching a show called Counterpart with J.K. Simmons that ran for a couple of seasons over on Stars or something. Great, wild show called Counterpart, if you haven't seen it. And I'm not going to try to explain it because it's really dense and weird, but really good. 2 seasons, they renew it for a third, and then they cancel it. And you're like, okay, well, that kind of ended in a cliffhanger. And so, hey, Sarah.
Yeah, how are you?
You tell me.
Well, I don't know how you are, but I'm doing pretty good. Listen, I am on day 15 of the Whole 30, and
Day what?
I am wondering, 15, halfway there.
So this is when you're getting really hangry.
Actually, I've been all right.
Okay, good.
Thanks, it is good for me. But listen, I am wondering, what is your favorite breakfast that's Whole 30 compliant that has no eggs?
I mean, I haven't done a Whole 30 in a couple of years.
Oh.
I mean, with no eggs?
Yeah, no eggs.
You kind of got to go
vodka soda.
Not compliant, but thanks.
Yeah, it's got to be like all meat, right? With no egg. I mean, that's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of grains with breakfast, but yeah, I need something a little bit more.
I mean, you could
need a good breakfast protein.
You could do like a kale and sausage or something.
Oh, I didn't even think of kale and sausage. That would actually be, that would actually work. All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Hey, there you go. There's Sarah, completely out of the blue, with a Whole 30 question. All right. Yeah, I haven't done a Whole 30 in a couple of years. I lost 15 pounds from it when I did it, but it can results may vary wildly for people who do it.
Man, I didn't know nothing about dieting before I just did this diet this past year. The Whole 30 was nothing compared to that. Like, honestly, the Whole 30, I think I was doing it wrong, and I happened to lose weight. Like, I got lucky. Honestly, because I was eating all the right things, but my portion sizes were all messed up, and I didn't know what times to eat, and I think I just probably lost water weight. I had that much water weight just built up.
Well,
and I
however
just
you
happened
got
to
there.
lose 20 pounds.
Yeah. Let me give you some money here. It is $1,000 as advertised. A chance to go fund yourself. Don't text me the word. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Did you see this girl that went viral for her? She was being sarcastic. I think it was on TikTok about Louis C.K.
Yeah, with the sold out.
Yeah.
Yes, that was very funny.
So Louis C.K. sold out Madison Square Garden over the weekend. And for a long time, in the immediate aftermath of him getting Me Too'd or whatever he got, when he kind of went radio silent for a while, when he finally started to dip his toe back into the doing shows pool, it was all overseas. He was doing shows in Ukraine, before they were, I think it was before the war over there started.
Well, I mean, he did a whole bunch of tours before.
But not right after the whole thing blew up.
No.
He went underground and
he
then
went underground
started
for about
to pop his
9
head up.
months. And then he did a club tour in America. And then he did a small theater tour in America.
Sold out everywhere he went.
And then he's just like, okay, people are still showing up. And then he did arenas. He's back in arenas now.
So this woman is being sarcastic, but it's basically to show that, like, cancel culture is not a thing. A girl named Tara Lichtenstein stood in front. Over her shoulder as she's doing this, you can see the Madison Square Garden Louis C.K. sold out, right? And she's doing that with it doing a selfie video with that over her shoulder in full view.
Kind of controversial, but like, hear me out. Can we stop canceling guys who are such wonderful, brilliant artists over like hearsay? Like, women have stories of them being creepy, but like nobody knows the real story. And like, yeah, sure, a couple people have the same story, but like, okay, just so that we could tell that story, that guy never gets to work again. Never reach the same level of success. They can't sell the same number of tickets. They can't do what they love or pursue their passion anymore. Can ruin their lives. Like, literally, we're ruining guys' lives over this.
I just thought it was funny. Someone finally said it. Somebody posted.
Yeah.
She got about 2 million views on this, and then,
Very clever. Very funny.
Yeah, I like it. So, yeah, Louis C.K. doing fine. He's selling out Madison Square Garden.
The only thing that really hasn't taken off for him since then is like there was that movie that he had to completely like shelve, and then the one that he did the 4th of July one
with Joe List.
Yeah, like that didn't get as wide a release as he probably would have liked.
Well, that was technically Joe's movie, I think. Like I mentioned that to him when he was here. I said I liked that movie. I think he wrote it, and I think he directed it. But he had to get some names attached to it to get people to even pay attention, and one of those was Louis. I Love You, Daddy was the Louis C.K. movie that got completely shelved. Nobody wanted to see a movie from him called I Love You, Daddy.
I thought Louis
right
directed
after
that one.
I thought Joe did. Maybe he did, but I think Joe wrote it, and it was his thing. But yeah, Louis, he was doing clubs. He got a Best Comedy Album Grammy.
Yeah.
So nobody's getting canceled. Roseanne Barr is getting ready to drop her first stand-up special in 20 years. If you're a Roseanne fan, that's good news.
Louis and Joe List wrote it together, and then Louis directed it.
There you go.
So.
Roseanne's new hour is called Cancel This. And it's going to air over on Fox Nation. I don't know what that is. Is that their streaming service?
It's
Fox Nation, I feel like is I think it's a subscription
Go
service.
ahead.
Sorry. Subscription service, yes.
So it's Fox News Channel's streaming service. Is that what it is?
Something like
they
that.
have another
Okay.
channel that like they have the regular Fox and then Fox Nation.
Like if it's not crazy enough for Fox News, they put it over on Fox Nation. Is that the thought?
Probably.
I think Fox Nation's more scripted shows and stuff too.
I see.
Though.
Well, yeah. Roseanne Barr, I'll watch it. I don't know where Fox Nation is, but I mean, I think Roseanne is funny. Her first stand-up special in 2 decades is going to stream next month. It was filmed in Houston. February 13th is when it will start streaming. She hasn't done a special since an HBO special in 2006. Fox Nation will also release a special called Who is Roseanne Barr? But apparently that's a place for like conservative celebrities to do shows. Like I saw the advertisement when I was on my Roku, on the side they have advertisements.
Yeah.
And there was one for Kevin Costner hosting a special on Yellowstone National Park, because now Kevin Costner has really gotten a shot in the arm because of Yellowstone.
And is
that
forever connected to it for Yellowstone National Park.
Because of the show Yellowstone?
Yeah.
We started watching it, and I keep forgetting we're watching it, but so far, everybody's like, you got to watch Yellowstone.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's entertaining. I like Kevin Costner. And then Kelsey Grammer hosted some documentary over on Fox Nation, too. So I guess it's a place where, like, if you're a Hollywood conservative, they give you a spot to do your thing, or they have you, I like Kelsey Grammer, too. Maybe there'll be a Gary Sinise show over there. But anyway, if you're a Roseanne Barr fan, you're like, where can I find her? Is she done farming macadamia nuts yet? February 13th is Cancel This. They dropped a teaser where she's walking out. She looks skinny and blonde and the whole bit. Comedy legend.
Anybody else been fired recently?
It sounds almost evil.
Yeah, right?
Can't anything be funny over there? It's all got to be dramatic and scary and fired recently. That was like, how long ago was that? She didn't get fired recently. It's like 5 years ago.
3 or 4 years ago?
2016, 2017.
Yeah, around there. When they just like redid her show. And so anyway, that's coming. But Louis not canceled. Roseanne not canceled. It's not real. I'm going to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
One of the best songs from one of Poundcake's favorite artists.
Panic at the Disco.
Who is this?
Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie! That's right. Robert Zombie Esquire announced, well, he's one of the headliners for Sonic Temple, which we've been giving away some passes for. But he also announced that he's going out on the road doing a co-headlining thing with Alice Cooper. Everyone has taken their cues from Alice Cooper. Anyone who's in the shock rock genre is a descendant of Alice Cooper. And so why hide it, right? Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper are going out on the Freaks on Parade tour. They're co-headlining. They're taking Ministry and Filter with them. Rich Patrick, of course, the pride of Bay Village, Ohio. The Patrick brothers. You'll have to travel if you want to see this tour. You'll have to go to Toronto, Detroit, or Chicago. Because I think they figure that Rob Zombie's already doing Sonic Temple, and that will be his Ohio date. But Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry Filter. These will go on sale February the 3rd. Kicks off August 24th in Dallas. It'd be good. Have you ever seen Alice Cooper? And again, I'm not the world's biggest Alice Cooper fan, despite what my will says. But you got to give it up to Alice Cooper. I remember years ago, we lived in Ohio City. He was doing a co-headlining run with Marilyn Manson at the time. And a direct descendant of Alice Cooper. And I could hear it. I think they were at Nautica. And I could hear it in Ohio City. Walking my dog. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Somebody's like, Alice Cooper and Marilyn Manson. Oh, right. Boy, it's one up, one down. Marilyn Manson, this guy, I think he just had a couple. You'd be forgiven for losing track of how many sexual assault cases are currently against Marilyn Manson, but I think a couple of them recently got thrown out for lack of evidence. But nature abhors a vacuum, and so someone else has filed a new sexual assault lawsuit against Marilyn Manson, saying that he did unspeakable things to her on his bus when she was 16 in 1995. It had to be tough to be Marilyn Manson in the 90s because you were probably drunk on your own power at the time. You figured you were putting forth this like vile, dirty persona willing to cross any line, and you had millions and millions of fans who loved it and wanted to be part of it. And in the mix of that, you had a lot of girls on the bus that should have never been on the bus, and you probably didn't think anything of it at the time, but fast forward 25 years, and these women are 40, and they're like, oh, Marilyn Manson put his whole hand in there.
Can't people prey on that, though?
Prey on what?
Your exact idea of it was the 90s, and it's something that people think that Marilyn Manson would do. So if I just say it, people will believe me, probably.
Well, this is the argument for people who go, where were these girls then? Why aren't they? That's not an invalid question. But
I'm not saying why
nobody
why
who's
speaking
16.
Up now.
Well, but that's the question people have. Why now? She's looking for money. She was 16, and her contention, this was after a concert he did in Dallas in 1995 when she was 16. And she went on the bus, which from the jump, people are like, hey, man, you're a fan. Makes sense you'd go on the bus, but you still shouldn't be doing stuff to a girl, you know.
I don't know how groupies exist nowadays.
They are fewer and farther between.
Well, I think it's just like a lot more upfront about it. Like there's no more getting on a bus. Like if you get on this bus, you know what's gonna happen.
No,
So-
there's more people that are like, get off the bus.
You think so?
If
'Cause
they're
people
smart,
are still gonna want to get laid.
Right,
I don't
but
care.
I don't need you coming. I don't need you coming to me later on and saying, "Oh," or I don't know, figuring out how old they are. She said he performed various acts of criminal sexual conduct on her on the bus, and when he was done, told her to get the F off my bus, and said that if she told anyone, he would kill her and her family, which obviously sounds like hyperbole, but mid-90s Marilyn Manson was heavy-duty drugs, alcohol, sex Marilyn Manson. Like I can do whatever I want to do.
Could him being coked up and not remember?
Well, her too.
But I'm just saying.
She said that his crew gave her a number to call him, and she was drinking and doing drugs. So, yeah, that was a very, very wild time for everyone involved. Like guys like okay, Steven Tyler just had some lawsuit filed against him from some girl who said that she was 14 in the 70s when she met Steven Tyler. Meanwhile, these are things that are like in these guys' books. Like it's not new news if you read Steven Tyler's book. Like Ted Nugent adopted a girl so he could have sex with her, and the parents were like, "Yeah, cool, it's Ted Nugent." There were a lot of that stuff. So that's why these are so thorny. That's why I hate in 2023, looking down our noses going, "Oh, these guys are..." Everybody was doing the same thing. You throw a dart at a decade, and you're going to find underage girls trying to bang rock stars. Nevertheless, it was still illegal, unethical. I don't know. So, but boy, 2 cases get dropped against Brian Warner, and 1 more gets added.
I just saw that R. Kelly, the Chicago prosecutor, dropped the sex charges.
Who, Kim Fox?
I guess whatever Chicago.
She's always in trouble.
She always got some backdoor deal.
Well, she got accused of
she's doing
she's
stuff.
She's a Cook County State's attorney, and from the jump, she got accused of giving him preferential treatment.
And the whole
So
Jussie Smollett thing.
Jussie Smollett too.
She's cooking.
She's
the books.
always cooking the books.
She is, because they hate her. They be like ripping her apart. And this is on.
No. I think it has more to do with R. Kelly has already been convicted of a couple different things.
They don't want to waste the tax dollars.
It requires resources. Yeah, there's 4 pending cases against him in Cook County. That requires man hours and woman hours and resources. At some point, they got to go, we're not doing this. It's not for lack of evidence.
Jesse's done ruined it for everybody. They're like, we spent all our good resources on you.
Well, they're like, R. Kelly's going to get sentenced to decades in prison, right? He hasn't even gotten sentenced yet for the conviction in Chicago. I think he got sentenced in New York, but he's got one in Georgia. I mean, so at some point they go, yeah, we're not going to do all this. This requires resources and tax dollars, and we're not going to do it. But people get mad. Like you said, she's cooking the books.
It's just bad optics because Chicago is where it all started.
It's not bad optics,
It is
though.
bad optics.
No, it's not about optics, though. It's at some point, if this guy had completely evaded some kind of
if he's going to waste
consequences, that'd be a whole other
rest.
thing. If they're like, how many times are we going to redo this in a different county, a different municipality?
You have to
It's not like he's getting off scot-free.
I understand that, but what you don't understand is Chicago is where it all started. The community.
Tell me what I don't understand about Chicago.
But I'm saying the community there has his back, and it makes it look like the community.
They did have his back 20 years ago. Nobody's got his back now.
I don't know.
Nobody's going to the mat for R. Kelly anymore.
I think that squad is still tight, and maybe they put
There's
pressure.
No squad.
Okay. I just think maybe
And
they put
the people that
pressure
are
on
in
them.
charge now aren't the same people that were in charge then. So I'm sure there's still people that are trying.
Kelly got goons, man.
Yeah, but he's not. He can't pay him. He's got no money.
Goons in the streets, maybe. You got goons to rough up some 14-year-old girl's mom and dad, not the Cook County State's Attorney's office. Were they going to walk up to the federal building? Oh, yo, man.
No,
That's not how.
If you find out where these people live, like they got families too, and if they live in Chicago, in the Chicago area,
He doesn't have that kind of money anymore.
but he got street cred.
Street cred don't pay the bills.
They think about
in 95, he had street cred. He didn't have street cred in 2023. Can't even read.
I think people just want to be a part of something, and they're like, "Oh, I got Kelly back. He ain't do nothing. They just trying to get another black man down, like just like Cosby. We can't never have nothing."
You've certainly spun a yarn for yourself here
That's
when
what
it comes.
I'm thinking.
Right, but this is how people spin into conspiracy theories. They take something that's pretty simple and cut and dried, and that's not good enough for them. So they spin off into all these weird territories that get further and further away from the facts of the case and have nothing to do with what anybody's talking about.
So you come.
R. Kelly's goons is what you're hanging your hat on?
I think it's his goons.
Who are these goons?
His people, not necessarily his team, but the people around Chicago that were witness to his come up. Like
A long time ago, those people have all peeled off because when there's no more money, there's no more loyalty. The loyalty is from the money.
But I don't think he was paying them all.
The first couple of girls, when Jim DeRogatis, who nobody believed, was writing for Rolling Stone, writing for the Chicago Sun-Times, when this guy first said in the 90s, R. Kelly is raping girls, nobody wanted to hear from him, right? He's obviously been since vindicated. But the first couple of girls' families, hell's yes, R. Kelly shows up with some money. Keep these hoes quiet or whatever, right? 25 years later, nobody's hanging around going to bat for R. Kelly. When case upon case upon case.
Well, there's a reason why even his wife, Drea, like she was talking on the Lifetime, the Surviving R. Kelly special, and she was saying,
you've seen that?
Only a dozen times.
He's so happy that he's seen it a bunch of times. He loves it.
Even she was speaking out because she was mad at Lifetime for not providing protection. She was like, I have family back in Chicago. And she like, all of his fans, not necessarily his team, but his fans are coming after us. And she was like, he still has a lot of pull in Chicago. He still has diehard fans. So the Barbs before the Barbs, the Beehive before the Beehive, the R. Kelly's fans were coming after them, and Lifetime didn't provide them any security or anything like that, and they have to go to school there.
I think that's completely overblown.
Okay.
I mean, he's serving 30 years in New York. He's waiting to get sentenced in Chicago. Like,
I think there's a reason why he hasn't been killed yet.
Nobody's out there going, why does it always come down to somebody being killed? Why, like, in your world, there's assassins around every corner.
I don't know.
For these dummies who couldn't, he's just a dude who did a lot of awful stuff. He's not Rasputin. People are loyal when the money's flowing.
Okay.
He ain't even up for parole until he's 80. What do you think? I'm out here for R. Kelly. I'm one of his goons. I'm a longtime R. Kelly goon. And I'll take a bet to anyone who says he's... What?
If Trump gets reelected, he's going to pardon him.
He doesn't care about R. Kelly. Give a fat frog's ass about R. Kelly.
R. Kelly's going to sing at the inauguration.
I believe I can fly out of jail.
You saved me. R. Kelly had that song, You Saved Me.
Man.
Singing it to Trump.
Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty wild, though. Pretty wild.
Because I'm just thinking, okay, so Chicago's out. So he had his New York trial. He's getting... if that's the case, I think Georgia should drop their suit too.
Maybe they will. I bet they will.
If 20 years is enough. I mean, I just thought they for optics purposes, because when they give these guys 100-something years, obviously they're not going to live that long, but it looks good to see you're never getting out of prison. Saying life isn't long enough. We want you to get your 130-something years.
Yeah, but again, that's all performative. I mean, when they give anybody, 4 consecutive life sentences, like they're not... I don't know. Don't know what the Georgia situation is. Was that DeKalb County down there? Or I don't know who's doing that in Georgia. Fulton County. They already got their hands full there in Fulton County with the Trump stuff. Yeah. And not like they can't walk and chew gum at the same time, but I have a feeling that, Trump's gotten no indictments whatsoever. You look at R. Kelly, they're like, okay, the guy's already going to do 30 years. I don't know. maybe, here's what I think, since you've already done it, maybe you can watch Surviving R. Kelly a few more times and see if you can notice any Easter eggs that are in there.
I need to print out
A little, I need you to have like a yarn wall.
Yes, I was gonna say print out all the pictures and be like connect the dots, like here.
Sometimes we have referred to Poundcake on this show as the future. I know Bill and I have. People say, Alan, what is the future of communication, broadcasting, digital or otherwise? What is the future? And I've always said, it's Poundcake. But Poundcake is not the future. He's the present. Insofar as they did this big wide-ranging survey, more than 30% of adults admit that their parents are paying for at least one bill.
Yeah.
So when we give him a hard time, he's in no way alone. More than 3 in 10 adults say they have at least one bill on their parents' tab.
Well, the only thing I have is
rent,
my phone.
groceries, utilities.
But don't you pay it? You're on the plan.
Yeah, I'm just on that tab, and I give her money for it.
So you pay your phone bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's you got to clear that up.
It's not even. It would.
But you are still not. But you are still not on your own phone plan.
No, because it would be more expensive. I honestly.
I don't have any problem with that. If you're paying your portion of a family plan, that's fine.
It's like $50, and it would be. I guess it would be like $60 or $70 if I was just by myself. So I save her, and plus my mom likes keeping tabs on me, and she could surprise me with a new phone.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I know people who still live with their parents. I can't imagine. I'm too set in my ways to go back to living with my mom. There's nothing against it, but I just can't do it.
Well, my
mom has enough tabs on me already.
It was funny when earlier in my career when kids right out of college were kind of not my peer group, but that's who I was around mostly. It's funny because they would always be like, oh, I'm living with my parents just to kind of save money up to get my own place. But then they were always like, going to Greece. I just bought a new car. I'm like, you're not saving up for your own place.
And that's the thing. They must love the lifestyle they get with their parents. Like, if I live with my mom, I would enjoy.
They do. Mom and dad don't.
I would enjoy living with my mom, but it's not she comes with baggage. Like my uncle will be there, loud music, like all the time. I wouldn't get any peace, and my mom wouldn't expect me to get any peace because
you're on
like,
my roof.
Exactly. So you're going to go to the store for me. You're going to mow the lawn, and rightfully so. I don't think she would charge me rent, but I just wouldn't get peace. So
3/4 of the people they talked to said that they plan to start paying these bills themselves within the next 2 years. But half of them say that they'll just ride the wave until they're told otherwise.
Listen, if someone was paying one of my bills, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to tell them that.
Really?
I mean, I can pay all my bills. I do pay all my bills.
That's what I'm saying. If
but
you can,
but
why
if you're getting someone too,
you'd never let your mom and dad pay one of your bills.
I think you pay any bill they want. I don't care.
Wow.
Buy my love. I'll hang out with you more. I'll say that we get along better.
Yeah, how do
on the
I know?
radio.
My mom and dad never paid any of my bills.
How do I know if you love me?
Just
if you don't
be
pay my
weird.
bills?
How do I know? Because she tells you she loves you.
Not let anybody. You guys can pay my bills. If you're a customer, you want to pay my bills? Pay them. As long as they're paid. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, I can act like, I take pride in paying my bills, but someone else pay my bills? That's amazing.
I like how you do like a voice, like, oh, I take pride in my bills, like a douche.
Yeah. But it sucks. Paying bills sucks.
It does, and it comes with guilt too.
Who wants? If somebody else wants to pay my bills, I will let them.
This spring on the Alan Cox Show, pay bills.
You'll get so much pride in paying my bills that you're gonna feel amazing.
Yeah.
Especially
less paperwork for you.
My
Even
phone
digital
bill's
paperwork.
expensive too because I'm paying my kids' bill.
Yeah, right.
So it's a lot of kids, a lot of phone. 3 kids.
You got kids. There's a lot of bills, boy.
I have luckily not had to ask my mom for like money in so long. If anything, like I'll end the conversation with, do you need a little extra money? Do you need a couple $100? Because I felt real guilty ever since she took out that loan for me for college because I have my personal loan and then she took out a loan for me to go to college as well. So that's in her name. So it's not my debt, it's her
But that's
debt.
a bill she's paying for you.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but it's her debt technically.
Right.
So I'm like, ugh, nothing I have. Like, she's already done enough. I don't like asking. But other people, not even like immediate family.
Imagine
like
she's
cousins.
Imagine she took a loan out to pay for school, and he's taking oceans and dinosaurs.
I know, right?
You know?
Getting D's.
Getting D's. Oh my God! The way you describe your mom, you think she would have been whipping you to get A's. She's like, I took a loan out for you, and this is how you repay me.
She wanted me to have friends.
Wanted me to have friends. Jesus,
I was a
I think she'd be
lonely
all
little
up
boy.
your ass to get straight A's. Took a loan out for you. A loan out for you.
I graduated.
My parents were like, good luck. You got scholarships? Yeah. Good luck. Good luck with the rest.
They ain't love you.
Yeah, they did. They were like, this is what it is.
Why you not giving
We're
me
not
stuff
taking
for
out
free?
we're taking out a loan for you? What are you, crazy?
Put up your house so I know it's
A
real.
loan. Wow. No, listen, academically, I was very fortunate to have a lot of scholarship money and things like that. But everything that was left over, my parents weren't writing me checks. Holy cow.
My mom turned my room into a closet. The
What the hell's that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, how you just gonna do that? I'm still your son. You ain't sent me no care package
But you
while I was
don't
away.
care package?
Yes.
Wow. My dad dropped me off and my parents lived 20 minutes away. Dropped me off in May, came to pick me back up in June.
Man, I'm like, Mom, I need an extra swipe. She's like, okay, sweetie.
Extra swipe?
Yeah, I ran up all my meal tickets, so I needed some more swipes to get groceries.
I love it.
I need it right now. Can you do it right now over the phone?
Yeah.
And type in the right number so I know you did.
And now it's easier than ever. Venmo and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't around before.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't going to ask my parents. Like, hey,
straight
can
up Zelle. Just get it bank account to bank account.
There was a time I was in line at the counter, and I had my groceries, and I ran out of swipes. They were like, ooh, you're one swipe off. I'm like, hang on 1 second. I did not get out of line. I called my mom right then there. I'm like, Mom, I know you're asleep. I know you got to get up in like 2 hours for work. But
I'm
I need a
hungry.
swipe.
Yeah.
I was like,
I know you're asleep. You've worked hard. I need oatmeal. I'm trying to get me a bowl of Lucky Charms.
Up until like...
You want me to have friends, don't you?
Until I graduated, we had like my bank account was on hers. Hers wasn't on mine, so she could transfer money to my account.
It's like he was married to his own mother.
I need it right now. Thank you for $25.
I got a break.
Tell her she can pay some of my bills.
No, she's tapped out.
Pay Bill's bills. This spring on the Alan Cox Show. Want to get the last word in? Send me a text 35192 to do that. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is on the way. Keyword for you to go fund yourself. So listen for that on the way.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free